Hello there, Boris Sleepy History here. The way a civilization executes its criminals tells you more about how it thinks than almost anything else. Not what it says it thinks, but what it actually believes about power, justice, society, and the human body itself. In classical antiquity, particularly in Rome, execution was not a regrettable necessity. It was a technology, carefully refined and deliberately deployed to maintain order, demonstrate power, and instill fear. The Romans understood something fundamental that we often forget. Punishment works best when it is visible. The more people who see what happens to rebels, criminals, and the condemned, the more effective the system becomes. The city was the stage, and execution was the performance. But this belief in public spectacle wasn't unique to Rome, and the philosophical foundation beneath it wasn't simply sadism, though sadism certainly existed. Instead, it was rooted in the idea that the state controlled not just your behavior while you lived, but your body after you died. Execution in classical antiquity wasn't about rehabilitation or redemption. It wasn't about giving the condemned a chance to reform or find spiritual peace. It was about assertion. It was about proving to everyone watching that the machinery of power was real, functional, and absolutely merciless. It was about saying to the population, this is what happens to people who challenge us. This is what happens to people who commit certain crimes. This is what happens when you step out of line. The hierarchy of society was written directly into how people were allowed to die. Roman law made this explicit in ways that would be shocking by modern standards. Roman citizens had legal protections that extended to execution. If a citizen had to be executed, the process would be quick and relatively clean. Decapitation was preferred. It was considered merciful, quick, honorable. The victim would lose consciousness instantly. Death would come within seconds. There was dignity in it, or at least as much dignity as execution could offer. A Roman citizen faced with capital punishment could at least expect a quick end. But slaves, prisoners of war, criminals of the lower classes, people without legal status, they died in ways designed to be prolonged, public, and utterly humiliating. The contrast was not accidental. It was the system working exactly as designed. Your death would reflect your status in life. The lower your status, the worse your death would be. And everyone watching would understand the message. The body itself became the message. The length of the death was the point, and the fact that death came slowly, painfully, and publicly was not a bug in the system. It was the entire feature. The city streets became classrooms where the cost of defiance was written in blood and suffering. Every execution was a lesson. Every body left hanging or nailed to a post was a textbook, and the population was expected to read it carefully and understand the consequences of crossing the state. Social order depended on this understanding. Everyone understood the hierarchy because they could see it, literally see it in how people died. In Greece, things operated somewhat differently, though no less brutally. Greek city-states had their own preferred methods, their own philosophies about what constituted appropriate punishment. The word democracy gets thrown around casually when people talk about ancient Athens. But the democracy that executed Socrates, that allowed for the kinds of punishments described in surviving texts, was a very different thing from what modern people imagine. The Greeks had the vote and the assembly, but they also had slaves numbering in the hundreds of thousands. They had foreign residents who had no rights at all. They had women who could not vote or own property. And within this system, criminals and rebels faced punishments that were often extreme. Greek city-states had their own traditions and innovations in punishment, ranging from relatively mild exile to methods of execution that were designed to be as horrible as they were memorable. Syracuse, the city where Phalaris supposedly ruled, was one of the most powerful Greek cities in Sicily. It was wealthy, militarily strong, and culturally important, but it was also a place where tyrants could rule, where power could be concentrated, where methods of execution could be designed by clever craftsmen and inflicted on people deemed dangerous. But across both cultures, Greek and Roman, there was consensus on one thing. Death was not private. Death was not merciful unless you had the status to demand it. And if you died in the power of the state, your death belonged to the state, not to you. It would be used, displayed, remembered, and weaponized for as long as bodies could be kept as warnings. This wasn't cruelty for its own sake, or at least that's what the architects of these systems would have claimed. It was deterrence. It was order. It was the price of maintaining civilization itself. A person who challenged the authority of the state had to know what awaited them. Punishment had to be visible, memorable, and terrible. Now, let's talk about crucifixion, because when most people think of classical antiquity and execution, this is what they picture. Crucifixion didn't start in Rome, though the Romans perfected it, industrialized it, and made it into something so efficient that it became their signature form of punishment for nearly 400 years. The method apparently emerged sometime during the Second Punic War, around 218 to 201 BCE, though some sources suggest it existed in various forms even earlier. By the time Rome was at the height of its power, crucifixion was everywhere. It was used for rebellious slaves, for captured enemies, for political prisoners, and for common criminals whose crimes demanded maximum visibility. The logic was cold and practical. A crucified person took days to die, sometimes a week, sometimes longer. The body remained on display the entire time, degrading slowly in the sun and wind. Birds and insects would come. The smell would be horrific. People traveling past could not help but see what happened to people who challenged Rome, and that was the entire point. Crucifixion began with preparation, designed to weaken the victim before the main event even started. The condemned person would be flogged severely, often by experienced executioners who knew exactly how much damage to inflict without killing outright. We're talking about whips designed to tear skin and muscle. The tool was called the flagrum, and it had pieces of bone or metal woven into the leather straps. Each blow would tear deeper into the flesh. The goal was to weaken the body, break the spirit, and ensure that the crucifixion process itself would take as long as possible. Many victims didn't survive the flogging. Those who did would then be forced to carry their crossbeam to the execution site. The condemned would already be bleeding, already traumatized, already in shock. This seems almost merciful until you realize that carrying a heavy wooden beam, while severely injured, bleeding, and in shock, was itself part of the punishment. It was humiliation, pain, and exhaustion all combined before the actual crucifixion even began. The condemned had to walk through the streets, had to be seen by the population, had to endure mockery and abuse along the way. By the time they reached the site of execution, they were already half dead from blood loss and trauma. At the site of execution, the Roman system showed its brutal efficiency. The vertical pole was kept in place permanently. Multiple victims could be crucified on the same pole, or on different poles in the same location. This was economical. This was systematic. Why build new infrastructure when you could reuse it? The condemned would be attached to the crossbeam, either by being nailed through the hands and feet, or by being tied in place. The variation depended on what level of prolonged suffering the executioners were aiming for. Nailing was more certain, more final, more painful. It broke bone and severed nerves. The nails would go through the bones of the wrist and the small bones of the feet. Tying allowed for more movement and more desperate struggling. It was slower. It was more uncertain. The condemned might work their way free. Nailing eliminated that possibility. Once the cross was erected, the dying would begin in earnest. The body weight would pull downward, creating pressure on the arms and chest. Breathing became laboured. The legs, if they could still support weight, would provide some relief by allowing the victim to push up and get better air into the lungs, so the condemned would have to work their legs against the pain of their wounds, pushing up repeatedly to breathe, collapsing back down out of exhaustion, then pushing up again. This cycle would repeat for hours, sometimes for days. The legs would cramp. The wounds in the feet would tear further with each movement. The victim would have to choose between suffocation and agony. But as hours passed and fatigue set in, the legs would give way, and the body would hang by the arms alone. This position made breathing increasingly difficult. The chest would compress. The shoulders would dislocate gradually as the body weight pulled down and outward. Panic would set in as breathing became harder. The condemned might have taken hours or days to actually die from asphyxiation, exhaustion, shock, or cardiac failure. Some sources suggest that crucifixion victims would sometimes linger for a week or more. And throughout all of it, they were conscious, aware, suffering, fully aware of what was happening to them, unable to escape, unable to move in any way that would help, just hanging there while their bodies slowly failed. If the Romans wanted to speed things up, they would break the legs with an iron bar. This sounds merciful, and in a sense it was. A person with broken legs could no longer support their weight at all. They would hang completely from the arms, and the respiratory distress would come much faster. Death could come within hours rather than days, but this was still not mercy in the modern sense. This was mercy as a tool. The Romans controlled the timing. They decided when it was time to end it. They decided whether a person would suffer for hours or for days. And that decision itself demonstrated power. The victim had no control. Even mercy was part of the system. Even the choice to shorten a death was a choice the state made, not the victim. The bodies would remain on the crosses for extended periods. Sometimes they would be taken down only after days or even weeks, after nature had already begun the work of decomposition. Other times the remains would be left up as warnings for longer still. The crosses would stand as monuments to Roman power, as constant reminders to the population of what happened to people who challenged the state. And if there's one case that shows the scale of Roman crucifixion as a political tool, it's the aftermath of the Spartacus rebellion. Spartacus led a revolt of slaves and gladiators that lasted from 73 to 71 BCE. It was a serious threat to Roman stability. 70,000 people are estimated to have died during the rebellion and its suppression. When the rebellion was crushed, the victor Marcus Crassus wanted to make sure nothing like this would happen again. So he ordered approximately 6,000 survivors of the rebellion to be crucified. They were nailed to crosses along the Appian Way, the most famous road in Rome, stretching from Naples all the way back toward the capital. 6,000 crosses, 6,000 bodies, 6,000 warnings. Imagine walking that road. Imagine the smell. Imagine seeing body after body at different stages of decay. Some fresh, some days old, some skeletal. Birds and insects everywhere. The psychological impact would have been overwhelming. People traveling that road for years afterward would have seen the remains, the skeletons in various stages of decay, the constant visual reminder that rebellion against Rome ended here, on a cross, alone, and suffering. The psychological warfare was calculated and complete. The message was simple. This is what happens. Never forget it. This is what happens to people who challenge Rome. According to the accounts, the device was supposedly designed by a craftsman named Perillus for a tyrant named Phalaris, who ruled Syracuse in Sicily during the 6th century BCE, around 570 to 554 BCE if the dates are accurate. The mechanism was supposedly a massive bronze bull, hollow, with a door on one side. A condemned person would be locked inside. A fire would be lit beneath the bull, heating the metal from the outside. As the bronze grew hot, it would become an oven, and the person inside would burn to death. The temperature would rise slowly at first. The victim would feel the heat building. Sweat would begin to pour from the body. Panic would set in. Then, as the temperature continued to rise, the agony would become unbearable. The skin would burn. The lungs would burn from breathing the superheated air inside the metal enclosure. But there's more to it than that. The bull was supposedly designed with tubes and resonators built into its structure, so that the screams of the dying person inside would be distorted by the mechanics of the bull itself, making them sound like actual bull roars. The execution would be a kind of gruesome performance art. The audience would hear what sounded like an animal in pain, but it was actually a human being burning to death. The torment would be auditory, as well as visual and physical. It was theatrical cruelty. The tyrant and his guests would gather to watch and listen to the dying, with the device's acoustics turning human agony into something that sounded almost natural, almost like the lowing of an actual bull. What we can say with confidence is that it became a symbol in the Greek imagination of the worst kind of execution, the kind that was cleverly engineered, that turned death into spectacle, and that combined torture with theatrical performance. Whether it was real or legendary, the brazen bull represented something Greeks believed was possible, something Greeks believed was the logical endpoint of tyranny and cruelty. A tyrant with access to clever craftsmen could create machines of death. A tyrant with cruelty and imagination could turn execution into theatre. And that belief tells us something about Greek attitudes toward engineering, toward power, and toward the public display of punishment. The Greeks, like the Romans, believed that power had to be made visible. But where Rome relied on scale and organization, the Greeks seemed to favor ingenuity and mechanical cleverness. The brazen bull, if it existed, was a machine designed to make a single death into an experience, into a spectacle, into something that witnesses would never forget. It was execution as engineering problem, execution as art, execution as theatre. The supposed designer Perillaios and the tyrant Phalaris represented the extremes of Greek political thought, where individual power could be absolute and individual ingenuity could be turned toward the creation of suffering. The victim would be forced to eat and drink frequently, sometimes milk and honey mixed together, sometimes just milk and honey separately. This wasn't nutrition in the humane sense. This was deliberate poisoning. Milk and honey in large quantities would cause severe diarrhea, bloating, and digestive distress. The combination would ensure the condemned's bowels would never stop moving, never stop producing waste. The body would be constantly covered in feces and urine. The skin would break down from constant exposure to acidic digestive waste. Sores would form. Then the victim would be forced to eat again, repeating the cycle. The victim would be exposed to the sun, possibly in a marsh or swampy area where insects were abundant. Flies, mosquitoes, and other insects would be attracted to the body, the feces, the milk residue, all of it. Everything about this setup would draw insects. The insects would begin to infest the wounds, the orifices, anywhere they could get access. Maggots would hatch and crawl through the victim's skin. Flies would lay their eggs in the eyes, the mouth, the nose. The victim would feel the larvae moving under their skin. They would feel the insects in their eyes and ears. The psychological component was nearly as important as the physical component. The victim would know exactly what was happening to their body. They would be conscious for most of it. The psychological horror of being slowly eaten alive by insects, of decomposing while still alive, would be as devastating as the physical pain. The combination of forced feeding followed by starvation between meals, dehydration from diarrhea, exposure to the elements, overwhelming insect infestation, and the psychological horror of what was happening to the body supposedly created a death that could last days or even weeks. The victim would gradually decompose while still alive. Infection would spread from the insect wounds, and death would come eventually through a combination of sepsis, organ failure, or sheer shock. The body would be covered in maggots while still alive. Skin would rot while the victim was conscious. Fever from infection would rack the body, and the victim would be unable to move, unable to escape, unable to do anything but endure. What we can say is that ancient historians found this method horrifying enough to write about, detailed enough to remember, and shocking enough that it was used in literature as the ultimate example of Persian cruelty. Whether it actually happened the way it was described is something we can't know for certain, but it appears in the historical record, and it represents something about how classical antiquity thought about slow death, about engineering systems to maximize suffering, and about the relationship between power and the display of that power through the controlled infliction of pain. The very fact that writers described it in such detail, with so much specificity about the boats and the milk and the insects, suggests it captured something important about how ancient people thought execution should work. It should be slow. It should involve suffering. It should be designed by clever people to achieve maximum effect. It should turn the condemned's own body against them, using nature and insects and digestion as weapons in the execution. Finally, we come to something that is absolutely, firmly, and completely historically documented. This is decimation, a Roman military punishment that was brutal, organized, and served a specific purpose within the military hierarchy. The word decimation comes from decimatus, Latin for the act of reducing by 1/10. Decimation wasn't used against criminals or rebels. It was used against Roman soldiers themselves, against soldiers in the Roman legions who had committed serious crimes, who had shown cowardice, or who had committed mutiny. When a unit of soldiers was deemed to have acted in a way that violated the code of the military, decimation was sometimes ordered. This was the ultimate punishment available to military commanders, worse than execution in some ways, because of what it did to morale and unit cohesion. The process was organized and systematic. The unit would be divided into groups of 10 men. Then, the officers would select every 10th man. Sometimes this was done by drawing lots, sometimes by random selection. The condemned soldiers would be separated from the group, and everyone would understand what was about to happen. Once selected, those men would be beaten to death by their fellow soldiers, by the other 9 men in their group. This was the punishment. This was deliberate. This wasn't random killing. This was the machinery of military discipline reasserting itself through violence. The soldiers were given clubs or cudgels. They were ordered to beat their companions. And they had to obey, or they themselves would face punishment for disobedience. And the fact that it was carried out by fellow soldiers made it worse. So much worse. A soldier who survived the decimation selection would have to live with the fact that they had beaten their own comrade to death. The other 9 soldiers in that group would have to live with the fact that they murdered someone they served with, someone they had marched beside, someone they had eaten with. The unit cohesion, the brotherhood of the military, was destroyed from the inside. Decimation didn't just kill 10 soldiers. It traumatized everyone who participated, everyone who watched, everyone who survived. The survivors would know that at any moment, if their unit was ever subjected to another decimation, they could be selected next. The psychological effect would be devastating. Decimation created fear, yes, but it also destroyed trust. It was a punishment that worked because it made soldiers afraid of the system, afraid of officers, and possibly afraid of each other. We have historical records of specific decimations occurring. During the Macedonian Wars, during the Civil Wars, during various military campaigns, Roman commanders ordered decimation when they felt the situation demanded the harshest response. The historian Livy recorded cases of decimation in his Histories of Rome. Polybius documented them. Military manuals discussed them. Military commanders used it as a tool to restore discipline when they felt it was necessary. It was an accepted part of military justice, something every soldier knew could happen to them if their unit performed poorly or showed cowardice in battle. The fact that Rome used this punishment repeatedly, that it appears in multiple historical sources, that we have specific cases where it was ordered, and the names of commanders who ordered it, proves that this was a real, practiced, and deliberate form of military justice. It was not an aberration or a rare exception. It was part of how the military system worked. But what made it so psychologically devastating was that it turned soldiers against each other. It forced them to participate in the punishment themselves. A soldier could not refuse to beat his comrade without facing execution himself, so the entire unit became complicit in the death. Everyone who participated, everyone who watched, was now marked by what they had done or witnessed. The cohesion of the unit was deliberately destroyed by the system designed to enforce cohesion. It was a perverse kind of logic. Punishment was meant to deter future misbehavior, but it worked by creating such trauma and division that the unit itself became broken. It served the purpose Rome wanted it to serve. It terrified soldiers into obedience. It reasserted authority. And it demonstrated that Rome would not tolerate weakness, cowardice, or deviation from the absolute code of military conduct. A soldier had to be willing to die for Rome. A soldier had to be willing to fight, to kill, to obey without question. A soldier had to be willing, if necessary, to kill his own comrades on command. Decimation was the proof that Rome meant what it said. It was a punishment designed to make the victim and the unit understand that the military was not a community. It was a machine. And machines function best when individual pieces obey commands without hesitation. The final lesson from classical antiquity is that execution and military punishment were not occasional events, not last resorts, not regrettable necessities. They were tools, they were technologies. They were integral to how power maintained itself, whether it was crucifixion on the roads with thousands of bodies as testament to failed rebellion, legendary execution devices in tyrants' palaces designed by clever craftsmen, slow deaths through exposure and infestation in marshes far from witnesses, or the psychological terror of decimation that turned soldiers into executioners. The ancient world found ways to kill that served purposes beyond simple murder. These were the ways classical antiquity killed people when power demanded it. And they worked. They worked so well that the methods survived centuries in historical memory. They worked so well that writers continued to describe them in detail long after the empires that created them had fallen. The ancient world did not apologize for its methods. It celebrated them. It recorded them. It passed them down as examples of statecraft, of military discipline, of what happened to people who challenged power. These were the lessons classical antiquity wanted to teach through death itself. But some Roman executions defied even the brutal standard of crucifixion. Some were designed not just to kill, but to erase, to humiliate in ways that went beyond the body and into the realm of the spiritual and the familial. One such punishment was the poenocule, the punishment of the sack, and it was reserved for a specific crime so terrible that Rome created an execution method matched to nothing else. Parricide, killing your own father. This wasn't just a crime, it was a violation of the natural order, a betrayal of the most fundamental relationship in Roman society. The paterfamilias, the father of the household, held absolute power. He could sell family members into slavery. He could execute them himself. He could control property, negotiate marriages, decide the fate of everyone under his roof. The entire social structure rested on filial obedience and the power of fathers. The family was the foundation of Roman society, and the father was the absolute ruler of his family domain. So when someone killed their father, Rome didn't just want to execute them. Rome wanted to obliterate them. The crime wasn't just murder. It was the destruction of the foundation of everything Roman civilization was built upon. The punishment was elaborate and ritualistic, designed to express through public ceremony what Rome felt about such a crime. The condemned would be beaten with bloody rods, the kind designed to inflict maximum pain without necessarily killing. We're talking about rods bound with leather and sometimes set with sharp objects, whips designed to tear skin and muscle without severing the vital structures. The purpose was degradation and weakening, not immediate death. Then a wolfskin would be pulled over the head, not a gentle covering, a statement. Wolves were the enemy of Roman civilization. Wolves were base, animalistic, dangerous, predatory. By putting a wolfskin on the condemned's head, the state was declaring that this person was no longer human. They were beneath animals because they had violated the sacred bond of family. They were worse than wolves. Wolves killed to survive. A parricide killed the person who gave them life. Wooden clogs would be placed on the feet, making movement awkward and humiliating. Then came the sack itself, an ox leather sack specifically constructed for this purpose, large enough to fit a person and several other things. This is where the execution became something more than just killing. The condemned would be sewn into the sack, sealed inside, trapped, not just with the condemned's own body, with other living things, multiple animals, a rooster, a dog, a snake, a monkey. In the version documented during the time of Emperor Hadrian in the 2nd century, these were the standard animals, each one chosen for specific symbolism and purpose. The rooster represented lustfulness and shameless behavior. The dog represented faithlessness and disloyalty. The snake represented danger and poison and hidden evil. The monkey represented mockery and mockishness and the base instincts of animals, all of them sealed together in leather darkness with the condemned. Sewn in with needle and thread, the condemned became part of the sack itself, unable to move more than a few inches in any direction. Then the sack would be thrown into water, a river or a sea, depending on what was available. The condemned would drown, but they wouldn't drown alone. They would drown with the animals, the sack sealed around them, every movement causing them to encounter the creatures inside with them. The animals would panic. The condemned would panic. In the darkness and chaos of the sack filling with water, the condemned would touch the animals, feel them moving, feel them struggling. The snake might bite. The dog might claw. The monkey might scratch. The rooster might peck. All of it happening in darkness, in water, in a sealed space. The psychological horror of that final moment, sealed in leather, unable to move, feeling the animals moving around you as the water fills the sack and drowns you all together. It's hard to overstate how this execution functioned on multiple levels. First, it was physical death. Drowning in a sealed sack, struggling against the other creatures sealed inside with you. The water would enter the sack as it sank. The condemned would have minutes at most before the lungs filled with water. But those minutes would be chaos. Darkness. Contact with other creatures. Panic. Second, it was spiritual obliteration. The body would never be recovered for proper burial, which Romans considered essential for the soul's journey in the afterlife. Burial practices mattered. The proper rituals mattered. Without them, the shade of the deceased would wander. Without them, the soul would find no rest. Third, it was familial erasure. By throwing the body into water, Rome ensured that the body would never be found, never given last rites, never allowed to rest in a proper grave. The family could not perform the necessary rites. The family could not recover the body. The family could not bury the father-killer and move on. The curse would linger. The crime was so terrible that even in death, the body deserved no peace. The earliest fully documented case of poena cullae comes from around 100 BCE, though historians believe the punishment may have developed about a century earlier. What we know is that it was used, it was legal, and it appeared in Roman legal texts as an accepted punishment for the gravest of crimes. Legal scholars wrote about it, emperors ordered it, executioners carried it out. The fact that Romans felt the need to create a special execution for parricide tells us something about how they valued family structure and familial obedience. It wasn't just that parricide was illegal, it was so unthinkable that the law created something uniquely horrible to match the crime. By the time of the empire, the punishment had been refined. The animals became standardized. The rituals became written down. The ritual became formalized and bureaucratized. This wasn't improvisation. This was bureaucratic cruelty. This was the state saying, we have thought about the worst thing a person can do. We have created the worst punishment to match it, and this is how we will respond. We have written it down. We have made it law. We have made it repeatable and consistent. What distinguishes poena cullae from other Roman executions is that it was designed to extend beyond death. It wasn't just about the moment of dying. It was about ensuring that the person's memory would be erased, their body would be lost, their family would be shamed, and their soul would find no rest. The sack would be thrown into deep water, often at night, often away from the city, often with no witnesses except the soldiers and officials who carried out the punishment. The animals inside would struggle and die alongside the condemned. Some sources suggest the condemned was weighted down so the sack would sink quickly and remain on the bottom. Over time, the leather would decompose. The body would decompose. Scavengers and fish would consume what remained. The body would sink and become food for the creatures that lived in the water. There would be no bones to retrieve, no grave to mark, no way for the family to mourn properly. In Roman belief, this meant the shade of the parricide would wander eternally, unable to join the ancestors, unable to find peace in death, unable to rest. The punishment extended beyond the moment of execution into the afterlife itself. Now we move to something even more theatrical. Damnatio ad bestias, condemnation to beasts. This wasn't an execution method in the traditional sense. It was execution as entertainment. The condemned would be placed in an arena, often an amphitheatre crowded with thousands of spectators, and animals would be released to kill them. The Romans didn't invent this. The practice existed in earlier cultures, but the Romans perfected it. They made it into spectacle. They made it into something that drew crowds, the way modern sporting events do. The condemned might face lions, bears, wild boars, tigers, leopards, or whatever predators could be obtained. The execution would be public, visible to tens of thousands, and designed to last as long as the animals could be bothered to hunt. Sometimes executioners would wound the animals beforehand to make them more aggressive. Sometimes the animals would be starved before the event to make them hungry. Sometimes the condemned would be given a weapon, making the event something closer to a hunt or a fight, though the outcome was rarely in doubt. Hundreds of condemned people died this way, sometimes multiple people at once, multiple animals at once, creating a scene of organized chaos that the crowd could watch from the safety of stone seats. The condemned might be a criminal of low status, a prisoner of war, a rebel, or someone whose crime was considered so serious that normal execution wasn't sufficient. Damnatio ad bestias was reserved for those whose deaths Rome wanted to make into entertainment, for those the population might want to see suffer. The animal would attack. The condemned would run or fight or try to defend themselves, often without weapons or with inadequate weapons, or even fake weapons made of soft materials designed to collapse when used. The crowd would cheer or jeer, depending on how they felt about the condemned. If it was a popular execution, a rebel, or someone the crowd blamed for something, the cheering would be loud and sustained. If it was someone less clearly guilty or sympathetic, there might be silence, or even expressions of sympathy. The animal would maul the condemned. Blood would spray. The condemned would scream and cry out. The sound would carry through the amphitheatre. It would take time, sometimes a lot of time. It would be visible to everyone. It would be remembered. The psychological component of this execution was different from crucifixion or other Roman methods. With crucifixion, the condemned was passive, hung in place, slowly dying without struggle, with no agency in their own death. With damnatio ad bestias, the condemned had to actively try to survive. The condemned had to engage in a hopeless struggle against a creature more powerful, more vicious, more equipped for killing than any human could hope to be. The condemned would lose. Everyone knew the condemned would lose. But the condemned had to try, had to run, had to fight, had to do everything in their power to survive, knowing survival was impossible. There was a perverse kind of mercy in this. The condemned wasn't just a passive victim. The condemned had the illusion of agency, the possibility of survival if they were fast enough, or clever enough, or strong enough. Of course they weren't. But they had to try. The arena was often designed to prevent easy escape. There might be nowhere to run to. There might be walls or barriers that prevented reaching safety. The condemned was trapped with the animal. They had to confront it or die trying to escape. The animal, meanwhile, was just doing what animals do: hunting, killing, feeding. The crowd watched this confrontation between human and animal, between civilization and nature, between the condemned person and their fate. The condemned person was supposed to lose. The loss was the entire point. The crowd paid to see the condemned lose. The crowd gathered to watch a person die to an animal, and this was considered entertainment. This was considered justice. We have historical records of damnatio ad bestias. The historian Seneca wrote about attending events where condemned people were killed by animals. He described his revulsion at what he witnessed, the crowd's enthusiasm for the spectacle, the condemned person's desperate attempts to escape or defend themselves, the animal's indifference to the human drama, just hunting, killing as animals do. Seneca found the whole thing morally troubling. He wrote that watching human beings die for entertainment disturbed him, yet the crowds came anyway, hundreds of thousands of people, throughout the empire, at regular events, making damnatio ad bestias one of the most common forms of public execution. What makes damnatio ad bestias different from modern executions is that it was designed to be entertainment. It wasn't done in private. It wasn't done quickly. It was done in public spaces designed to maximize visibility. The amphitheatre was engineered to let everyone see. Seats were arranged in curved rows so that people sitting far away could still see what was happening in the arena below. The execution was scheduled in advance, so crowds would come, would plan their day, would bring family members. The condemned was dressed in ways that would make them visible from a distance. Sometimes the condemned wore bright colours. Sometimes they were forced to wear costumes that identified them. The whole event was orchestrated as theatre. The condemned's death wasn't just a punishment, it was a performance. It was entertainment. It was a spectacle. And the population was expected to come and watch and understand the message. If you challenge Rome, this is what happens. Your death becomes entertainment. Your body becomes food for animals. Your suffering becomes something strangers will pay to see. But beyond damnatio ad bestias, the Romans had even more creative ways of executing people. Some of these we only know about through historical accounts, through texts written long after the events themselves. One such method was the punishment described in ancient sources as the boats or scaphism. According to historical accounts, this was a Persian execution method that the Romans were aware of and possibly occasionally practiced. What we know comes from descriptions written by Greek historians, particularly Plutarch, writing about the death of a Persian called Mithridates, though there's uncertainty about whether Plutarch's account was accurate or if it was exaggerated for effect. The account might be exaggerated or legendary, but it appears in the historical record as something people believed was possible, something that captured the Greek and Roman imagination as an example of Eastern cruelty. It appears in enough sources that we have to take it seriously, even if we can't confirm whether it was actually used. The method, according to the accounts, began with a boat. Two boats, actually, fitted together to form a hollow space just large enough for a human body. The condemned would be placed inside, between the boats, and the boats would be tied together tightly. Only the condemned's head and limbs would protrude from the gaps where the boats met. The rest of the body would be sealed inside in a dark, enclosed space. The condemned would have minimal ability to move. They might be able to wiggle slightly. They might be able to flex muscles, but they would essentially be trapped in one position, unable to change posture, unable to stand up, unable to stretch. The immobility itself would be torture. After days or weeks of being unable to move, the muscles would cramp. The joints would stiffen. The pain would become unbearable. The condemned would be forced to eat, fed milk and honey mixed together, sometimes honey alone, sometimes milk alone, but always in quantities designed to cause severe digestive distress. Gallons of it, according to some accounts. More food than the body could process in a normal day. The milk and honey would cause violent diarrhea and bloating. The body wouldn't process it normally. The bowels would move constantly, several times an hour according to some descriptions. The condemned would be covered in feces and urine continuously. The filth would cover the body, the face, hair, everything. The skin would break down from the constant exposure to acidic waste and to being perpetually wet and dirty. Open sores would form. Wounds would develop as the skin literally rotted away from the constant exposure to feces. The condemned would experience the indignity of sitting in their own waste, unable to move, unable to clean themselves, unable to escape it, for days at a time. And then more food would come, more milk, more honey. The cycle would begin again. The boats would be left in the sun, often in a marsh or swampy area, according to the accounts. Places thick with flies and mosquitoes and other insects. Places where the condemned would be constantly exposed to insects, but where there would be minimal chance of rescue or escape. The smell of milk and honey and human waste would attract insects from far around. Insects would smell the feeding opportunity from miles away. Flies would come immediately in vast numbers, millions of them, clouds of flies. They would land on the exposed parts of the body, the head, the face, the limbs. They would lay their eggs in the wounds that would form from the diarrhea, in the eyes, in the mouth, in the nose, in any opening available. They would lay eggs in the feces that covered the body. The eggs would hatch into maggots within hours. The development from egg to maggot is rapid in warm conditions. The larvae would begin their work immediately. The maggots would burrow into the skin. They would crawl through wounds. They would enter the body through the mouth and nose and rectum. They would infest the intestines, eating the tissue from inside the body. The condemned would feel the larvae moving under the skin. They would feel insects in their eyes, their ears, their nostrils. They would watch maggots crawling in and out of the holes the maggots themselves had created. Some sources describe the larvae creating visible tunnels under the skin, creating a rippling effect as they moved. The body would become more whole than flesh as the larvae consumed the tissue. The psychological horror of this knowledge. knowing that your body is being eaten alive by larvae, knowing that you can feel them moving under your skin, that you can watch hem crawling if you look, that there's nothing you can do to stop it, would be devastating. The condemned would be conscious for all of it. The condemned would be aware. The condemned would understand what was happening. The accounts describe the condemned being kept alive this way for days, sometimes a week or longer. 5 days, a week, 2 weeks, as long as the body could sustain itself. More food would be fed to the condemned periodically, continuing the cycle of diarrhea and insect infestation. Fever would come from the infections caused by the insect wounds. The body would weaken from dehydration caused by the continuous diarrhea and from the inability to absorb nutrients because of the infection and parasites. The condemned would go delirious from fever and pain and the knowledge of what was happening to their body. The mind would break under the stress of it all. Death would come eventually from sepsis, from organ failure, from the massive infection, from shock, from the body simply shutting down under the stress. But the death would be slow. Days and days of it. The condemned would have time to think about it, to understand what was happening, to watch their own body being consumed by insects while still alive, fully aware, unable to escape, unable to move, unable to do anything but endure. Whether this method was actually used by the Romans or was simply a legendary Persian execution that the Romans knew about is unclear. Historians debate it. Some say Plutarch exaggerated for dramatic effect. Some say it was real and actually practiced. We can't know for certain. What matters is that the Romans recorded it. They wrote about it. They transmitted the knowledge. They were aware that such a method was possible. Educated Romans knew this account. They read about it. They discussed it. The fact that this method appears in Roman sources, described in detail, suggests that Romans found it plausible, found it horrible enough to be worth recording, and possibly found it useful as an execution method when they wanted something truly terrible. Whether they actually used it is less important than the fact that they were aware of it, and that it represented a ceiling of sorts, a theoretical limit of what could be done to a human body in the name of punishment. It existed in the realm of possibility. It existed as a threat. Its existence in the historical record was enough. Impalement was another method that appeared in Classical Antiquity and would continue into the medieval period, spreading through Eastern European territories and becoming particularly associated with certain kingdoms and rulers. Unlike the elaborate Roman methods, impalement was simpler mechanically, but equally horrifying in effect. A long stake or spear would be driven through the body, often vertically, so the condemned would be left suspended on the stake, the body hanging from the implement. The stake might go through the body at an angle, creating different types of internal injuries depending on the trajectory. The stakes used might be smooth or they might be deliberately rough, designed to cause maximum damage and prevent the body from sliding. The condemned would be left there, impy, a lead, dying slowly as the implement caused internal injuries and blood loss. Depending on the angle of insertion and the specific positioning of the body, death could take hours or days. Some sources describe people remaining alive on stakes for a week or more. The condemned would hang there, visible to anyone passing by, slowly bleeding to death from internal injuries, and the hemorrhage caused by the stake tearing through organs and blood vessels. The body would be in terrible pain. The weight of the body would keep pulling downward, making the wound worse with every movement. Any movement would intensify the pain, so eventually the condemned would stop moving, would hang as still as possible, waiting for death. The psychological component was the visibility. The condemned was left in a public place, on display, impaled and dying, visible to everyone. People walking past would see the body. People travelling on roads would see the body. The death would be ongoing for hours or days. People would understand what happened to people who committed crimes serious enough to warrant impalement. The visual message was stark and immediate. A person on a stake, a person dying slowly, a person who had paid the ultimate price. Impalement wasn't widely documented in classical Rome specifically, but it appeared in Eastern Mediterranean cultures and in Roman territories where Eastern practices influenced local justice systems. It would later become more common in medieval Europe and in Eastern European regions. The method was straightforward, no elaborate equipment needed. Just a stake, a condemned person, and the willingness to inflict it. It was economical, it was efficient, it required minimal resources. But the effect was the same as other Roman executions. Public, visible, slow, humiliating. A warning written in a dying body for the population to read. A constant reminder of what power could do. A message that didn't need words to be understood. Finally, there was a method so obscure and so strange that we know about it mainly from brief mentions in historical texts. Some sources describe condemned people being sewn into the hides of freshly killed animals and left to die. The animal hide would be wet and would begin to decompose immediately as the body inside it warmed the hide and created the perfect conditions for decomposition to begin. Maggots would infest the hide, and the condemned would be trapped inside with the decaying flesh, unable to move, suffocating from the gases produced by decomposition, being eaten by insects, being crushed as the hide shrank during decomposition. The condemned would be left in the sun, where the smell would attract more insects. The body of a dead animal contains millions of potential insect eggs. Once the condemned was sewn inside, those eggs would hatch. The larvae would begin to consume the decomposing flesh. The condemned would be consumed alongside the animal flesh. The condemned would feel the movement of larvae in the confined space. They would feel the body parts of the animal pressed against them. They would smell the overwhelming stench of decomposition, concentrated in a small, sealed space. They would feel the heat from the decomposition process. They would feel the hide contracting as it dried, crushing them slowly against the rotting carcass. Death would come from asphyxiation from the gases, from sepsis from the infections caused by the insect wounds and the decomposing organic matter, from the slow crushing of the body as the hide contracted. It might take hours, it might take days. The condemned would be conscious for much of it. This method appears in only a few historical sources, and it's unclear how commonly it was actually used. It might have been rare. It might have been legendary. It might have been something that Romans were aware of but rarely employed. It might have been something that happened in frontier regions, or in territories where different cultures' execution methods mixed together. What matters is that it appears in the historical record. It appears alongside other documented execution methods. It was treated as plausible by people who read about it. It was recorded as something Romans knew was possible. And like all the other Roman execution methods we've discussed, it served the same purpose. It was visible in a way, though the condemned might be hidden inside the hide itself. It was slow. It was designed to create maximum suffering, while keeping the condemned alive long enough for that suffering to be experienced fully. What emerges from all of this is a pattern. Rome had not one or two execution methods. Rome had dozens. Rome had methods for different crimes, methods for different victims, methods for different purposes. Some were designed to be quick for citizens who deserved mercy. Some were designed to be slow spectacles for rebels and slaves and enemies of the state. Some were designed to be theatrical, to be entertainment, to draw crowds and generate revenue for the state. Some were designed to be private horrors, to be recorded in historical texts, but rarely actually performed, existing mainly to demonstrate that Rome was willing to inflict them if necessary. Some were designed to communicate specific messages. Poena Calais communicated that familial bonds were sacred. Damnatio ad bestias communicated that human life was subordinate to public entertainment. The boats, or Scarfism, communicated that Rome was aware of methods used by its enemies. and that Rome was as capable of cruelty as any barbarian culture. All of them were designed to communicate power. All of them were designed to say to the population, this is what Rome does to people who step out of line. This is what Rome is capable of. This is what Roman authority looks like when it has to prove itself through the body of the condemned. This is what happens to people who challenge us. This is the cost of resistance. These weren't methods developed by sadists or lunatics, though sadists and lunatics might certainly have carried them out with enthusiasm. These were methods developed by a civilization that understood power, that understood psychology, that understood how to communicate authority through the spectacle of punishment. The methods evolved over centuries. New methods were added when Rome encountered new enemies. Old methods were refined when they proved effective. But the underlying philosophy remained consistent. The body of the condemned was not just a body. It was a message. The way it died, the length of the dying, the visibility of the dying, the participation of the population in witnessing the dying, all of it communicated something about Roman power and Roman control. And for nearly 400 years, these methods worked. The population watched. The population understood. The population feared. And fear kept the system in place. Rome did not need to execute thousands. Rome just needed the thousands to believe that Rome could and would execute thousands if necessary. The threat was often more powerful than the actual execution. The knowledge that such methods existed was enough. The knowledge that you were expendable, that your death could be slow, that it could be public, that it could be watched by crowds, that your body could be used as a warning, that your death could be entertainment, that your suffering could be endless, that you had no recourse and no escape, that the state held absolute power over your body and your death, that knowledge was of to keep the population obedient. Rome understood something fundamental about human psychology. Rome understood fear as a tool of control. Rome understood that power must be visible to be believed. Rome understood that the body of the condemned communicated more effectively than any written law or royal decree could communicate. What the population saw shaped what the population believed. What the population feared shaped how the population behaved. A person who watched someone die on a cross, or in an arena, or in a sack being thrown into a river, or on a stake in the sun, that person knew what Rome was capable of. That person understood the consequences of resistance. That person might think twice before challenging the system. That person might choose obedience over rebellion. That person might accept the order Rome imposed because the alternative, the fate shown by the execution, was worse than acceptance. Rome maintained its control through a network of execution methods that were refined, documented, transmitted, and demonstrated repeatedly across the empire for centuries. Each method sent a message. Each method taught a lesson. Each method reinforced the power of the state and the powerlessness of the individual. This was not accident. This was not random violence. This was calculation. This was strategy. This was the machinery of an empire that understood that power had to be visible, had to be tangible, had to be written into the landscape and the bodies of those who challenged it. The century that separated the fall of Rome from the rise of medieval Christendom was not a sharp line. It was a blur. Power did not vanish. It shifted. And with that shift came a fundamental rethinking of what execution was supposed to accomplish. Rome had understood the body as a political surface. What happened to the body communicated something to the population. How the body died. How slowly. How publicly. How spectacularly. That was the message. Breaking the body meant breaking the will to resist. Fear was the tool. Terror was the language. Medieval Europe inherited Rome's understanding of execution as communication. But it rewrote the script entirely. Instead of asking what the execution says about Roman power, medieval societies began asking what the execution says about God's judgment. Instead of asking how fear changes behavior, they began asking whether suffering can purify the soul. This was not a rejection of brutality. Medieval Europe could be staggeringly cruel, possibly crueler than Rome in some respects, because the brutality came with theological justification. But the cruelty was now organized around different principles, theological principles. A condemned person's suffering was not just being punished for a crime. A condemned person was being given an opportunity to atone, to repent, to find redemption in the suffering itself. The body still mattered. The death still had to be painful. But the pain now served a spiritual purpose. Oh, say, it was not just deterrence, it was purgation. This shift had enormous practical implications. Roman executions were designed to be brief and public, a statement made and witnessed and remembered. Medieval executions often became elaborate rituals that could extend for hours or days. They became theatrical in a different way. Not entertainment in the sense of spectacle, though crowds certainly gathered, but educational. They were meant to teach spiritual lessons. They were meant to demonstrate the consequences of sin and crime. They were meant to show the population what happened when you violated the sacred order. A person being executed was not just a criminal. A person was a sinner being given a chance to repent and find redemption through suffering. This ideology, this belief that suffering could lead to spiritual benefit, changed everything about how medieval Europe approached the killing of human beings. Medieval theologians and church officials developed elaborate justifications for execution. The condemned suffering was understood as Christ-like. The condemned person experiencing pain and humiliation and degradation was, in a sense, repeating the suffering of Christ on the cross. The suffering could be redemptive. The condemned person could die in a state of grace. The condemned person could repent and be forgiven and enter heaven despite their crimes. This was not something Rome had believed. Rome was not concerned with the eternal soul of the condemned. Rome was concerned with the message sent by the body. Medieval Europe cared about both. The body still had to communicate, still had to demonstrate power and authority, but the soul still mattered. The spiritual state of the condemned still counted, so executions became more elaborate. They became ritualized. They were given theological significance and spiritual meaning. A person condemned to death would be given time to confess, would be given the opportunity to receive communion, would be told that if they repented, if they accepted their punishment with humility and grace, they would be saved. The execution was no longer just an end. It was a transition, a difficult passage from one existence to another. And medieval Europe, with all its brutality, believed that if you suffered well, if you died well, if you accepted the punishment and found meaning in it, salvation was possible. This theological reframing changed the entire landscape of execution. Medieval Europe kept some methods it inherited, modified others, and invented entirely new ones. What medieval executioners created was a system of punishment that was, in many ways, more elaborate and more specialized than what Rome had managed. Rome had created methods for different crimes, yes, but medieval Europe systematized this further. Different crimes received different deaths. Different social statuses received different treatments. Different regions developed their own preferred methods. And all of it was organized around the idea that the method of death should somehow reflect the nature of the crime or the spiritual state of the condemned. One of the most elaborate medieval innovations was the breaking wheel, also called the Catherine wheel in some regions, a device and method that represented medieval ingenuity applied to the problem of how to kill someone as slowly and systematically as possible. The wheel itself was not complicated. A large wooden or metal wheel, the size of a wagon wheel with spokes sometimes as many as 8 to 10 spokes depending on the construction. The condemned would be tied or bound to the wheel, limbs extended toward the rim, the body stretched out like a human X across the face of the wheel. The limbs would be positioned so that the joints aligned with spaces between the spokes, or sometimes so that the limbs would rest across the spokes themselves. Then the process would begin. The condemned would be dragged to the execution site on a board, sometimes pulled by a horse. The prisoner would be forced to lie on the board, face up, bound down, dragged through the streets or roads leading to the execution ground. This was not incidental. The dragging through the town or the road was part of the punishment. It was public humiliation designed to degrade the condemned before the actual execution began. By the time the condemned reached the wheel, the population had seen them. They understood this was about to happen. They had time to gather. They could position themselves to watch. They could see the condemned's fear, the resigned acceptance, the understanding of what was coming. Once at the wheel, the condemned would be secured. Ropes or leather straps would hold the limbs in place, pulled tight, sometimes so tight that they cut into the flesh. The executioner would approach with an iron bar, sometimes flattened at one end for maximum force distribution, or sometimes rounded for a different type of impact. A heavy wooden bludgeon would do as well, sometimes called a pestle or a maul. And the work would begin. The strikes would be applied to the limbs, one by one, legs, arms, thighs, shins. Each strike would break bones with an audible crack that the crowd could hear, compound fractures, shattered limbs, bones broken into pieces. The sound of the iron bar connecting with bone would echo. The cry of the condemned would follow. Pain that was beyond anything the human body was designed to experience. Pain that would drive a person insane if it lasted long enough. But there was a system to it. The severity of the sentence would determine how the breaking happened. For less serious offences, the condemned might be given what was called a top-down breaking. A single lethal strike to the neck or the head first, delivered with enough force to cause immediate death or unconsciousness, killing quickly. Then the rest of the breaking happening on a corpse. The rest was not really torture then, just mutilation of a dead body, which was horrible in its own way, but at least the condemned was not conscious to experience it. Relatively merciful by comparison. For more serious crimes, the breaking would be bottom up, starting with the legs, the feet, the shins, working upward methodically, slowly, with the condemned remaining conscious and aware as each limb was shattered. The executioner would strike the right shin. Bone would shatter. The condemned would scream. Then the left shin, more bone, more screaming. Then the thighs, then the feet, then the hands, then the forearms, then the upper arms. Each strike compounded the pain of the previous strikes. The body in increasing shock as more and more damage was inflicted. The consciousness fading gradually as blood loss increased, and the body began to shut down from trauma, but not yet dead, not yet released from suffering. Historical records from places like Zurich, preserved in documents like the Zürcher Blutgerichtsordnung, the procedures for the blood court, document that these sentences were specified in precise detail. A court would sentence someone to a specific number of strikes: 4 strikes, 6 strikes, 12 strikes, 20 strikes, 30 strikes, 42 strikes. In the case of the serial killer Peter Nyers in 1581, a man found guilty of murdering more than 500 people, who was given 42 strikes with the wheel after 2 days of additional torture. 42. Each one breaking bone. Each one taking time. Each one witnessed. The court system itself was bureaucratic about it. The judge would specify the sentence. The executioner would carry it out. Everything recorded. Everything official. There was no improvisation here. This was the law being applied with cold precision. The records also describe what happened after the breaking was complete. If the condemned was not dead yet, the body would be interlaced through the spokes of the wheel. The broken limbs would be woven between the wooden or metal spokes so that the body was suspended on the wheel in an impossible position, every broken bone creating new pain as the weight of the body hung on those shattered limbs. In some variations, the wheel would then be hoisted up on a pole or a gallows-type structure so that the body was elevated, visible from a distance, on display above the town. The body would remain there, hours, days, sometimes weeks. The head might still be conscious briefly if death had been postponed. The body in indescribable agony. Gradually, as the body weakened, as blood loss became severe, as infection from the open wounds set in, as shock took the consciousness away, death would come. But not quickly. The breaking wheel could stretch the dying process out for a day or more. Until decomposition made further display impossible, the body would remain on the wheel. The animals would come. Birds, insects, scavengers. The body would be consumed gradually while still visible on the wheel. A constant warning, a message written in decomposing flesh. The wheel with the skeleton still bound to it would eventually be taken down and burned or buried, but not immediately. The display was the point. The public nature of the suffering was the point. Everyone in the town would know what happened to people who committed certain crimes. The breaking wheel would stand above the town. The body would hang there. The message would be communicated silently, but unmistakably. This is what Rome had understood about execution. Medieval Europe understood it as well. Power had to be visible. Authority had to be demonstrated through the body. What made the breaking wheel distinct from Roman executions was not just the method itself, but the bureaucratic precision applied to it. This was not improvisation. This was not cruelty without structure. Medieval courts issued written sentences specifying exactly how many strikes the condemned would receive. Exactly what would happen. Everything was recorded. Everything was formalized. The breaking wheel represented medieval Europe taking a method of torture and organizing it into a legal framework with rules, procedures, and recorded outcomes. It was cruelty systematized. It was brutality made official. The physical mechanism of death from breaking the wheel would vary depending on the number of breaks and where they occurred. If the breaks were severe enough and hit major blood vessels, death from internal bleeding could be relatively rapid. If the breaks damaged vital organs, death could come from organ failure. If death did not come quickly, the condemned would die from shock, from the overwhelming pain and the body's inability to sustain itself under such trauma. Some sources suggest that medieval executioners understood this well enough that they could adjust where and how hard they struck to control the timing of death. Strike the femoral artery, and death comes quickly from blood loss. Break the legs methodically, and death comes from shock and slow internal hemorrhaging. The executioner had control. The executioner could decide whether this death took minutes or hours. Moving into the more explicitly ritualized executions, we encounter something that only medieval Europe fully developed: hanged, drawn, and quartered, a punishment reserved specifically for high treason. This was not just execution. This was the disassembly of a person, done in stages, each stage designed to be a separate form of death, each one adding to the horror of the previous one. Treason in medieval thinking was the ultimate crime. To betray the king was to betray God's representative on earth. To betray the Lord was to betray the sacred order itself. So the punishment had to be extraordinary. It had to be so terrible that no one could even contemplate committing treason. The body of the traitor had to be obliterated. The memory of the traitor had to be scattered. The spiritual state of the traitor had to be destroyed. The process would begin with hanging. The condemned would be brought to the gallows, often a simple structure with a beam and a rope placed around the neck, sometimes loosely, sometimes tight. The condemned might be given a hood, or the condemned might be left to see the crowd. Then the hanging would occur. In some cases, the condemned would be dropped so that a breaking fall would break the neck quickly. In other cases, the condemned would be pulled upwards slowly, the rope tight around the neck, the body rising gradually until the feet left the ground. The goal in hanging, drawing and quartering was not to let the hanging kill quickly. The goal was to bring the condemned to the very edge of death, to the point where consciousness was fading, where the body was beginning to shut down from lack of oxygen, but where the condemned was not yet completely dead. The eyesight would be fading. The hearing would be fading. The consciousness would be slipping away, but not gone. Then the rope would be released. The condemned would drop to the ground, gasping for breath, coughing, consciousness returning, the body reviving slightly, enough to be aware of what was happening next. The next stage was drawing and disembowelment. The condemned, still alive, would be taken down from the gallows before death came. While still conscious or semi-conscious, while the body was still alive enough to feel, the abdomen would be opened, the intestines would be removed, the organs would be taken out. And according to some accounts, these organs would be thrown into a fire while the condemned could still see, could still be aware of what was happening to them. There would be the horror of watching your own body being destroyed, your own organs burning while still being alive, unable to move, unable to escape what was happening. There was also a castration element. The genitals would be removed. This was not incidental. This was specifically targeting the power to reproduce, to create heirs, to pass on your name and your legacy. By castrating the condemned, the state was ensuring that this person would leave no legitimate heir. The punishment extended beyond death to the future, to the denial of family continuation. This was particularly significant for high treason, where the condemned had often been a person of status, a person with a family line. Castration meant that family line ended. Only after all of this did the actual death come, or was hastened. The body, now mutilated and destroyed, would be cut into quarters, 4 pieces, sometimes 5, depending on the region and the specific sentence. The head would be separated, the limbs would be hacked apart, the torso would be severed, and each piece would be taken to a different part of the city or the kingdom. The head might be placed on a pike at the city gate. The arms might be nailed to the gates of different cities. The legs might be displayed elsewhere. The torso might be left hanging. The point was distribution. The point was that nowhere in the realm could the condemned's remains be recovered and given proper burial. The body was scattered. The memory was scattered. The family could not gather the pieces and perform the funeral rites that Christianity demanded. The spiritual consequence would be as severe as the physical one. The body was fragmented so completely that no restoration was possible. What made this execution distinct was its narrative structure. It was not a single method of death, it was a sequence of deaths, each one distinct. Each one designed to be experienced consciously by the condemned. The condemned had to experience hanging. The condemned had to experience disembowelment. The condemned had to experience their own organs being destroyed. The condemned had to experience castration and mutilation. Only then death. The psychological component was as much a part of the execution as the physical trauma. The condemned had to know what was coming, had to understand the sequence, had to undergo each stage knowing the next one was arriving. Medieval sources describing these executions note that the crowds witnessing them were often large and engaged. This was not entertainment in the modern sense. though crowds certainly gathered to watch. It was public ritual. It was demonstration of state power. It was teaching the population what happened to those who committed the highest crime against the authority of the realm. Treason was not merely a criminal act. Treason was a violation of the oath of loyalty that supposedly held society together. A person who committed treason was, in medieval thinking, tearing apart the social contract itself. Hanged, drawn, and quartered was the punishment meant to match that crime. The body was torn apart because the person had torn apart the bonds that held society together. Now, the tools of torture that medieval Europe developed, and the rack stands foremost among them in terms of historical documentation and infamy. The rack was not always a method of execution, though it certainly could be. The rack was more commonly used as an instrument of judicial torture, a way to extract confessions before trial, or to extract information about accomplices and co-conspirators, or sometimes simply as a form of punishment for crimes that didn't warrant execution but required severe punishment. But the effects were often lethal. Torture on the rack could kill either through the immediate application of the punishment or through the injuries sustained that would later result in death from infection or organ failure or shock. The rack itself was simple in design, but devastating in effect. A wooden frame, roughly rectangular, with rollers or poles at each end. Sometimes the frame would have a ratcheted system that allowed the tension to be increased gradually. The condemned would be laid on the frame on their back, the ankles tied to one end, the wrists tied to the other. Sometimes the condemned would be bound face down instead, depending on the particular variation being used. The rollers could be turned by executioners using handles or levers, sometimes by hand, sometimes with a gear system that increased the mechanical advantage. As the rollers turned, the body would be stretched, the limbs would be pulled in opposite directions, the joints would be forced beyond their normal range of motion. Shoulders would dislocate, hips would dislocate, elbows and knees would be forced backward, past the point where they could naturally bend. The sound of bones popping out of their sockets would be audible. The tendons and ligaments would tear. The muscles would be stretched to the point where they would begin to rip. The pain would be extraordinary. The human body has limits to how far it can be stretched before the joints dislocate, before the connective tissue tears completely, before the body simply begins to fail from the trauma. Medieval executioners and torturers understood this empirically, if not scientifically. They understood that steady, consistent pressure would do more damage than sudden violent force. They understood that there was a point of maximum pain before consciousness faded or death came. They understood they could calibrate the torture to extract the desired information or punishment while keeping the victim alive long enough to be aware of it. The rack would be turned slowly. The body would be stretched. The condemned would scream. At some point a break would come. A joint would dislocate with an audible pop. The body would wrench in new directions as the weight shifted to the newly dislocated joint. The condemned would scream more, and then the turning would continue. The body stretched further. Another joint failing. Another break. Knees bent backward past 90 degrees. Elbows inverted. Shoulders pulled out of their sockets. The connective tissue in the joints would be destroyed. Ligaments would be severed. Tendons would be torn. By the time the torture was stopped, the victim would be unable to use their arms or legs, even if they survived. This was not a quick method of death. This was a prolonged torture that could last hours. The condemned would be on the rack, being slowly dismantled, joint by joint, for hours. The psychological torture was as significant as the physical. The condemned could see what was happening, could see their own body being destroyed, could understand that there was more pain coming, could know exactly when and how the next joint would fail. The rack existed in variations across medieval Europe. Some versions had additional features designed to increase suffering. Rollers with sharp edges could cut into the skin as the body was stretched. Weights could be added to the feet to increase the downward force, while the body was being pulled in the other direction, creating even more stress on the joints and connective tissue. Some variations had spikes or shards of glass placed on the frame so that the back of the body, pressed against the frame as it was stretched, would be abraded and cut simultaneously. The primary purpose of the rack was often judicial torture, meant to extract confession or information. A person accused of a crime could be placed on the rack, and the threat of torture or the application of torture would be used to compel them to confess. In some medieval legal systems, a confession extracted under torture was considered valid evidence. The pain itself was meant to convince the accused that speaking the truth was preferable to continued torture. In other systems, torture was used to extract information about other criminals, other conspirators, other people involved in a network of crime. But torture did not always end in release or recovery. The injuries sustained could be fatal. Dislocated joints could cause permanent damage that made recovery impossible. The shock of the torture itself could kill. The body could simply shut down under the stress. Infection from the wounds could set in days after the torture ended, killing the victim slowly as sepsis developed. And in cases where the torture was severe enough or prolonged enough, death could come directly from the torture itself, making it not just a tool of interrogation, but a method of execution. The rack represented something distinct about medieval Europe's approach to torture and punishment. It was not something Rome had developed. Rome had tortures, certainly, but the systematic application of torture through mechanical devices that could be calibrated to inflict specific types of injury was a medieval development. This was the invention of European craftsmen and lawyers working together to create a system of punishment that could be applied with precision and documented in legal records. It was cruelty made procedural. It was torture made legal. Finally, burning at the stake, which deserves separate attention because it occupies a unique place in medieval execution, not just as a method of killing, but as a religious ritual designed to destroy not just the body, but the spiritual essence of the condemned. Burning was not new. Rome had used fire as a method of execution, but medieval burning was different in purpose and meaning. Medieval burning was specifically associated with religious crimes: heresy, witchcraft, apostasy, crimes that were not just violations of law, but violations of faith itself. These were crimes against God. They demanded not just death, but spiritual obliteration. The condemned accused of heresy or witchcraft would be brought to the execution site, often in the center of a town, often with a significant crowd gathered. The condemned would be tied to a stake, a wooden pole driven into the ground. The hands might be tied at the sides. The body might be bound to the stake at multiple points so that there was no possibility of escape. Firewood would be piled around the base, sometimes stacked as high as the condemned's chest or head. The wood would be dry when possible, wet when the authorities wanted to extend the burning. The fire would be lit. As the fire began to spread, the condemned would be aware of what was coming. The heat would be felt first, radiating outward from the growing flames. The condemned would be able to see the fire, would be able to smell the smoke and the burning wood, would know that in seconds or minutes the flames would reach the body. As the fire spread upward, the condemned would be burned alive, slowly consumed by flames as the crowd watched. The death would take time. If the fire was hot enough and the condemned close enough to the flames, death from heat and smoke inhalation might come relatively quickly, but often the burning would be slower. The condemned would be tied high enough that the flames initially didn't touch the body. They would experience increasing heat. Their skin would begin to redden and blister. The pain would be extraordinary as the heat damaged the nerve endings in the skin. Then the blistering would come. The skin would peel away. Blood would run down the body. The hair would burn. The smell would be overwhelming. Burning hair, burning flesh. The condemned would try to scream, but the smoke would make breathing impossible. Gradually, as the fire consumed the wood and the flames grew higher and hotter, the body would be consumed more completely. The tissues would char, the muscles would contract in the heat, the body would twist and convulse as it was destroyed by flames. Eventually, the bones would remain, calcified white in the ashes, until those too would be consumed or scattered. The religious significance of burning cannot be overstated. Fire was understood as purifying, burning away sin, burning away heresy. The condemned person being burned was not just being executed, they were being purified by fire. This was the medieval church's understanding. The fire would burn away the corruption, the sin, the heresy. The ashes would be scattered so that no remains could be recovered. No body parts could be buried. No physical trace of the person would remain. Complete obliteration. It was the most total form of death that medieval Europe could inflict. The condemned would be unmade entirely. No grave to mark, no body to bury, no remains to venerate or remember. Simply gone, scattered in the ashes. Witchcraft trials, in particular, often ended in burning, especially in the later medieval period and into the early modern era. A person accused of witchcraft, of making a pact with the devil, of using magic to harm others, would be tried, convicted, and burned. The burning was meant to destroy the physical body so completely that nothing remained. The spiritual element was crucial. It was not enough to kill a witch. The body had to be destroyed so completely that even resurrection or return from the dead would be impossible. Fire achieved that. Complete consumption. Total destruction. The body would be erased. The person would be erased. The record would show that the person had existed and had been burned, but the person would be gone from the earth entirely. What distinguished burning from other medieval executions was the religious framework surrounding it. When a heretic was burned, the church was present. Priests would be at the execution. The condemned might be offered one final opportunity to recant, to renounce their heresy, to come back to the faith. If they refused, the burning would proceed. Last rites might be offered or refused, depending on the specific case and the specific heresy. The burning was presented as a consequence not just of breaking the law, but of breaking faith, of rejecting God, of making a pact with evil. The condemned person's crime was not just against the secular authority, it was against God himself, and the punishment was divine as well as human. The fire that consumed the body was understood as a foretaste of hellfire, the eternal burning that awaited the condemned in the afterlife. The suffering experienced at the stake was a small taste of the suffering to come in hell. It was considered merciful in a sense. It gave the condemned a preview of what eternal damnation felt like. The practical technology of burning varied depending on the region and the specific execution. Sometimes the condemned would be burned in a barrel of tar to intensify the flames and accelerate the death. Sometimes oil would be poured on the wood to make it burn hotter. Sometimes the condemned would be burned slowly. The fire kept low to extend the suffering, to let the death be prolonged. In some cases, the condemned might be suspended above the flames so that death from heat would come slowly. In other cases, they would be tied directly to the stake so that as the pile burned down, the body would sink into the flames. All of these variations served different purposes, but all of them served the same ultimate function: obliteration, purification, destruction, the complete and total erasure of a person from the physical world and the spiritual realm. Flaying alive was not as common as burning or hanging, but it was practiced in both eras, and the act itself deserves examination because it reveals something fundamental about how people approach the problem of death. To flay someone alive meant to remove the skin from the body while the person remained conscious. The skin was the body's largest organ. It covered everything: It protected the muscle and tissue beneath. It was the interface between the person and the world. To remove it was to expose the body in the most vulnerable way possible. Medieval records suggest that flaying was sometimes used as a punishment for heresy or for particularly heinous crimes, though it was more common in Eastern European and Ottoman contexts than in Western Europe. But the possibility existed. The technology was simple: a sharp knife, a steady hand, the understanding that human skin could be separated from the tissue beneath if the cut was made correctly, and the person doing the cutting had the skill and the will to continue. Some medieval texts describe flaying as a punishment administered by skilled practitioners who understood exactly where to cut to maximize pain while keeping the condemned alive. What made flaying different from other executions was that it happened slowly, methodically. The condemned would be positioned, sometimes crucified or tied to a post, so that the body could not move. The executioner would make an initial cut, usually at the top of the body, on the torso or the arms. The skin would be separated from the flesh beneath using the knife, peeling away from the underlying tissue. As the skin was removed, the raw tissue beneath would be exposed. Nerves would be severed, causing extraordinary pain. Blood vessels would be cut, causing blood to flow, but also controlling it through careful incision placement. The condemned would be aware of everything happening. The pain would be indescribable. The psychological horror would be equally severe. Watching your own skin being removed, feeling your body being unmade, knowing that more was coming. The process could take hours, sometimes an entire day if the executioner proceeded slowly and carefully. The executioner would work methodically, peeling away skin, layer by layer, until the body was flayed completely or partially, depending on the sentence. A partial flaying might target the torso or the limbs. A complete flaying would leave the entire body exposed to raw tissue and bone. The purpose of flaying was similar to other elaborate executions: complete obliteration, total degradation. The body stripped of its covering, exposing the raw reality beneath the skin. In some cases, the flayed skin would be displayed separately from the body, hung or stretched to show the extent of the punishment. The visual impact would be severe. The flayed corpse would be unmistakable as a warning. You could identify what had happened from a distance. The red, exposed tissue, the absence of skin. The body transformed into something unrecognizable as human. The skin itself, if displayed, would be a horrifying artifact, a garment turned inside out, evidence of what had been done. In Rome, evidence for flaying is limited, but it appears to have been used occasionally for particularly serious crimes, though crucifixion and other methods were more common. The Romans were systematic, but they also understood the power of variation. Different crimes received different punishments. Flaying would have served as a memorable extreme, something that could be referenced as a possibility without necessarily being applied frequently. What's striking about flaying as an execution method is how it reveals the medieval and classical understanding of the body as a text. The body could be read, could be interpreted, could communicate. Flaying removed the exterior text and exposed the raw material beneath. It was a profound violation of bodily integrity, more so perhaps than even the breaking wheel or burning, because it happened slowly, methodically, and with full consciousness. The person being flayed would understand what was happening, would experience each moment of it, would be completely aware of the degradation. There would be no escape into unconsciousness, no sudden death that relieved the suffering. Just the slow, methodical removal of skin and the awareness that it was happening. The body would remain alive through most of the process, because the knife avoided the major blood vessels and vital organs. Death would come only from infection later, or from the shock of massive tissue loss once the flaying was complete. The medieval obsession with elaborate execution methods reveals something about how power thought about the body. The body could be transformed, could be made to communicate, could be used as a surface on which power wrote its messages. Flaying was one of the extremes of that thinking. To remove the skin was to deny the person their humanity in the most complete way possible, to expose what was beneath, to show that beneath the skin, all bodies were the same. All bodies contained the same raw material. All bodies could be unmade if the person doing the unmaking had the will and the skill to continue. The flayed body was an assertion that the person had been reduced to nothing, to bare matter, to raw flesh, to something less than human. The Judas cradle represented a different approach to torture and execution, one that relied on gravity and the body's own weight rather than blades or fire. The device was also called the Judas chair in some regions, named after Judas Iscariot, the apostle who betrayed Jesus, suggesting the medieval association between cruelty and betrayal. The Judas cradle was a frame, usually made of wood, in the shape of a pyramid or a cone, pointed at the end. The condemned would be suspended above this pointed end, usually with the genitals or anus positioned directly above the point. Ropes or pulleys would be used to lower the person slowly onto the point. The body weight would provide the pressure. As the body descended, the pointed end of the cradle would penetrate the body, entering through the anus or the genitals, moving upward through the abdominal cavity. The pain would be extraordinary. Internal organs would be ruptured or penetrated. Blood would flow internally. The process would be agonizing and would result in death, but not quickly. The condemned could remain impaled on the point for hours, suspended by the weight of the body, slowly dying from internal bleeding and organ failure. The damage inflicted would be severe and inevitably fatal, but the dying process would be slow enough that the condemned would remain aware of the progressing injury. What made the Judas cradle particularly horrific was the combination of mechanisms involved. It was not just the penetration itself, though that was severe, it was also the suspension. The condemned had to support their own body weight on the point. The longer the person remained conscious and alive, the longer they had to experience that weight, that pressure, that penetration. There was no way to escape it. The body's own gravity worked against it. The heavier the person, the more severe the penetration. There was a cruel irony in that. You were being killed by your own mass. The only relief would come from death, and death would take time. Medieval records suggest that the duration of death on the Judas cradle could vary widely. Sometimes hours, sometimes a full day, sometimes longer. It depended on how sharp the point was, where exactly it penetrated, and how deep the penetration went. The executioner could control the descent, could lower the person quickly or slowly, could pause the descent to extend the suffering, could resume when the condemned began to lose consciousness, resurrecting awareness for more pain. The sophistication of torture on the Judas cradle lay in the control available to the executioner. Every aspect could be adjusted. The speed of descent, the sharpness of the point, the angle of insertion. All of these variables affected how long the process would take and how much suffering would be experienced. The Judas cradle was primarily a medieval development, though impalement more generally had ancient roots. Rome used impalement in some contexts, but the specialized mechanical refinement of the Judas cradle appears to be medieval. It represents medieval ingenuity applied to the problem of how to kill someone in the most agonizing way possible, while keeping them alive as long as possible. The device combined engineering with anatomical knowledge. The executioner had to understand where the vital organs were, how deep the point needed to penetrate to cause internal damage without killing too quickly, and how to manage the descent to control the timing of death. This was not crude violence. This was systematic torture based on an understanding of human anatomy Other impalement devices existed in medieval torture chambers. Impalers, also called pails or stakes, would be prepared with specific characteristics, sometimes sharpened to a point, sometimes with ridges or barbs designed to catch tissue and cause maximum damage as the body descended. Sometimes, the point would be angled to pierce specific organs if the angle was correct. The condemned would be lowered slowly, sometimes over the course of hours, moving gradually deeper onto the point. The psychological element was severe. The condemned could see the point, could understand what was happening, could anticipate the pain before it arrived, could feel the pressure beginning, could experience the penetration, could know that more was coming. There would be moments of relative relief as the body's weight redistributed on the point, followed by new waves of pain as internal structures were violated. These impalement devices represent something important about medieval execution philosophy. They were not about quick death. They were about maximum suffering extended over time. They required the condemned to remain conscious and aware as long as possible. They used the body's own weight as the mechanism of torture. They combined anatomical knowledge with mechanical engineering to achieve specific types of suffering. They were bureaucratic in their application, documented in court records, subject to sentencing specifications. A judge would sentence someone to the Judas cradle, and the executioner would prepare the device. Everything would be recorded. Everything would be official. Torture had become law. Boiling alive occupied a category of execution that relied on liquid rather than solid surfaces or sharp implements. The condemned would be placed in a large cauldron or vat filled with water, oil, or sometimes other liquids, like tar or acid. Fire would be applied beneath the container. As the liquid heated, the condemned would experience increasing pain. The liquid would begin at room temperature. The condemned would be submerged or partially submerged. Then the heat would begin. The liquid would warm gradually. 30 degrees, 40 degrees. The condemned would feel the increasing temperature. The pain would begin as the heat increased. The skin would begin to redden. Nerve endings would fire, sending signals to the brain. The pain would increase steadily. The condemned would try to escape, but would be restrained, held in place by ropes or by attendants holding the person down. The heat would continue to increase, 50 degrees, 60 degrees. The pain would become unbearable. The skin would begin to blister. The outer layer of skin would separate from the layers beneath. Blood vessels would expand in response to the heat, filling with blood that could not escape, creating pressure beneath the surface. The person would gasp for breath, partly from pain and partly from the rising temperature of the air itself above the liquid. As the temperature climbed further, toward boiling, the liquid would begin to bubble and convulse. 70 degrees, 80 degrees, approaching 100. The condemned would be in a vat of increasingly violent liquid. Bubbles would form on the skin. The skin would begin to peel away in larger sections. Internal tissue would be exposed. The condemned would scream. The voice would be hoarse with pain and the inhalation of hot steam. As the liquid reached boiling temperature, the boiling action itself would become part of the torture. The bubbles would strike the body repeatedly. The liquid would violently agitate around the person. The flesh would begin to cook. The proteins in the muscle would denature, changing structure. The body would be literally cooked, like meat in a pot. Joints would loosen as the connective tissue broke down. The body would begin to come apart. The time required for death by boiling would depend on several factors. The temperature of the liquid, the size of the vat, how much of the body was submerged, how long the person had been exposed to heat. The condemned could remain alive for a considerable time. The body could tolerate significant heat damage before the vital functions failed. The brain might stop functioning before the heart. The heart might continue beating even as consciousness ceased. Death could take hours, sometimes many hours if the fire was kept moderate. The condemned would experience the full progression of boiling alive. The initial warmth, becoming pain, becoming unbearable agony, becoming dissolution. The mind might retreat into shock, but the body would continue to signal pain. The nerves would fire constantly until they were destroyed by the heat. The person would scream until the throat gave out, then might simply remain in the vat, breathing the steam, enduring the heat, waiting for the heart to stop. Some accounts suggest that the condemned would eventually go silent, not from acceptance, but from the complete failure of the body's ability to respond. Boiling was used in both classical and medieval contexts, though the evidence for it is more robust in medieval records. Rome may have used boiling for particular crimes, but it does not appear to have been a standard method. Medieval Europe, particularly in Germanic regions, documented boiling as a punishment for specific crimes. Counterfeiting was sometimes punished by boiling. Poisoning was sometimes punished by boiling. Treason might be punished by boiling. The method could be modified based on the crime and the jurisdiction. Water was the most common liquid. Oil would be used sometimes, creating different conditions and different viscosity as it heated. Tar would be used rarely, adding to the horror of the punishment. The condemned would be boiled in the substance associated with their crime when possible. A counterfeiter might be boiled in water. A poisoner might be boiled in poison, though this is largely legendary. The theological logic was that the method would match the crime. The substance chosen would carry symbolic weight. The visual spectacle of boiling was significant and would have been immediately recognizable to anyone who witnessed it. The large vat, the fire beneath, the condemned submerged or partially submerged, the steam rising from the surface, the body gradually dissolving, the liquid becoming discolored as flesh and blood mixed with the boiling medium. The smell would be overwhelming and unmistakable. Cooking flesh has a specific smell, and boiling a human body in a vat would produce that smell on a large scale. The crowd would smell it as they witnessed the execution. The smell would carry the reality of what was happening. This was not theatrical. This was actual cooking. Actual transformation of a human body into a corpse through application of heat and liquid. The vat would often be positioned so that the crowd could see the condemned before the boiling began. The final moment before the liquid reached temperature. The last moment of physical integrity. Then the process would begin, and the crowd would watch the gradual disintegration. The use of boiling in medieval punishment reveals something about how power thought about degradation. The condemned was being reduced, broken down, transformed into something less than human, cooked like meat, rendered as waste. The body's structure would be destroyed by the heat and the liquid. Nothing recognizable would remain. The skull might remain, bleached white by the heat. The bones might remain, scattered in the vat, but the person would be gone, obliterated. The boiling would continue until there was nothing left to recognize as human, and then the remains would be disposed of, scattered, left in the vat or removed and burned or scattered. Crushing by weights, also called pressing, represented another distinct category of execution that relied on downward force to destroy the body. The condemned would be placed in a press, a device consisting of a wooden frame with a flat stone or wooden platform at the top that could be lowered onto the victim. The condemned would be positioned beneath this platform, sometimes bound to prevent movement. Then the platform would be lowered, slowly at first. The weight would press down on the body. The force would be distributed across the torso, the abdomen, the chest. Bones would begin to break under the pressure. The ribs would crack. The sternum would fracture. The internal organs would be compressed. The heart would be squeezed. The lungs would be compressed, making breathing impossible. The pressure would increase gradually as the platform descended further. In some variations, stones or weights would be added to the platform to increase the downward force. Each weight added would increase the pressure by increments. The condemned would feel each addition. Each new weight would bring fresh pain as the pressure increased. The body would compress further. Movement would become more restricted. The time to death from pressing would depend on how quickly the platform descended and how much force was applied. A slow descent would extend the suffering. A rapid descent would shorten it. The condemned would experience the pressure increasing, bone by bone breaking, organ by organ being compressed. The person would be unable to breathe as the chest was compressed, would be unable to move, would be completely helpless as the weight descended. There would be moments where the condemned might think the pressure would be relieved, but it would continue. More weight would be added. More force would be applied. The body would be flattened. The organs would be pulped. The person would be literally crushed beneath the weight. Some sources suggest that pressing to death in certain jurisdictions could take more than a day. The condemned would remain conscious for much of the process, would experience the gradual obliteration of the body. The blood would pressure up in the extremities as the chest and abdomen were compressed. The face would redden. The eyes would bulge. The blood vessels would break beneath the skin. Consciousness would fade slowly as the brain's blood supply was compromised. Pressing was documented in medieval records as a punishment for particular crimes, though the specifics varied by region. Perjury in some jurisdictions was punished by pressing. Witchcraft was sometimes punished by pressing. The condemned would be placed under the press and the descent would begin. The process could take hours or even longer. The condemned could survive for a considerable time under increasing pressure before the vital functions ceased. The execution could be adjusted. More weight could be added to increase pressure. The descent could be paused to extend the suffering. The condemned could be subjected to increasing pressure gradually, watching the platform descend, knowing more pressure was coming, experiencing the crushing sensation expand across the body as more weight was added. The psychological element would be severe, the inevitable descent, the inability to prevent it, the knowledge that relief would not come until death, the waiting for the end, knowing it would arrive only through complete bodily collapse. The visual impact of pressing was severe, the body being flattened beneath the platform, the blood pooling beneath the device, the remains after the platform was lifted. The body would be completely transformed, flattened. The shape of a person would be obliterated. The bones would be crushed to powder. The organs would be pulped. The remains would not be recognizable as human. Some medieval records describe the body after pressing as a flattened mass of tissue and bone, barely distinguishable from the ground around the press. The disposal of the remains would be straightforward, scraped up, gathered, removed. The press would be cleaned and prepared for the next execution. The equipment itself would require maintenance. The platform would need to be checked for cracks or damage from the weight. The pulleys would need to be greased. The weights would be stored separately. The device was permanent infrastructure, part of the town's permanent apparatus for death, standing ready, waiting for the next sentence that specified pressing as the method. Now, understanding these methods, the medieval and classical approaches to execution and torture reveal a fundamental difference in philosophy and practice. Rome executed people. Medieval Europe executed people and tortured people systematically within legal frameworks. Rome's methods were brutal, but relatively straightforward. Crucifixion, burning, drowning in sacks. Death was the point. Humiliation was secondary. Medieval Europe developed methods that prioritized suffering, extended the dying process, made death a gradual experience rather than an event. This reflected the theological framework. Death was not an ending. Death was a transition. The body had to experience punishment. The soul had to experience suffering. The suffering could purify the soul. The slow death could be redemptive. The methods also changed over time within the medieval period. Early medieval executions were simpler. As the period progressed, methods became more elaborate. The breaking wheel emerged. The Judas cradle was developed. Pressing was systematized. Boiling was refined. By the later medieval period, torture was a specialized skill. Executioners were trained. Equipment was purpose-built. Courts issued specific sentences with details about how many strikes, or how much pressure, or how long the process should extend. This was not spontaneous cruelty. This was bureaucratic violence, systematic, documented, legal. The sheer variety of methods developed during the medieval period is striking. Rome had a palette of executions, but medieval Europe expanded it dramatically. Each method addressed a different type of crime. Each reflected a different theological understanding of what the punishment should accomplish. The wheel broke the body systematically. The cradle violated it intimately. Boiling transformed it. Pressing obliterated it. Flaying stripped it. Burning purified it. Each method was distinct. Each had its own logic. Each communicated a different message through the body. The condemned dying by the wheel was experiencing a different punishment than the condemned dying by boiling, even if both died in agony. The method mattered. The specific way of dying carried meaning. A person condemned to burning was supposed to understand their crime as a spiritual transgression. A person condemned to the wheel was supposed to understand their crime as a violation of order. The body's death method was meant to reflect the nature of the crime. This was not arbitrary. This was a system. What's equally striking is that across different European regions, different methods were preferred. Some places favoured the wheel, others favoured hanging, still others favoured burning for specific crimes. The Germanophone regions developed the wheel to a high art. The English specialised in hanging, drawing, and quartering for treason. The Mediterranean regions retained the Roman influence longer, preferring crucifixion and burning. This variation suggests that execution methods were not universal, but were chosen, developed, and refined locally based on what communities believed would best serve justice and deter crime. The transition from classical to medieval execution methods also reflects a change in how power thought about the body. Rome thought about the body as a political surface. What happened to the body communicated power. Medieval Europe thought about the body as a site of redemption and damnation. What happened to the body affected the soul. Rome killed quickly and displayed the corpse. Medieval Europe killed slowly and transformed the body in the process. Both approaches were brutal. Both served as warnings, but the mechanisms and the meanings were different. Rome's executions were about demonstrating state control. Medieval executions were about spiritual consequences. The condemned body in Rome was a corpse to be displayed. The condemned body in medieval times was a site of potential salvation if the suffering was accepted rightly. This fundamental difference shaped everything else about how execution was conducted. Another key difference lay in who witnessed executions and what they were meant to understand from them. Roman executions, particularly those in arenas and in crucifixion, were public spectacles designed for entertainment and deterrence. The crowd gathered to see something horrifying, to be impressed by Roman power, to understand that resistance was futile. Medieval executions were also public, but they were positioned differently. They were meant to teach moral lessons, to demonstrate religious authority, to show what happened to those who violated the sacred order. A person watching a heretic burn at the stake was meant to feel fear of hellfire, not just fear of the state. The crowd was meant to understand the condemned's crime not just as a violation of law, but as a sin, The execution was meant to be educational in a spiritual sense, not just in a political sense. This different framing changed how the executions were conducted and how the crowd responded to them. The question of torture itself also differed between the periods. Rome used torture, particularly to extract confessions from slaves and lower-class defendants, but torture was not as systematized or as elaborate as it became in medieval Europe. Medieval Europe took torture and made it systematic. Courts prescribed specific methods. Judges issued sentences that specified how torture would be applied. Confessions extracted under torture were admissible in court. The legal system itself incorporated torture as a procedural tool. This development had no parallel in Rome, where torture was applied but not formalized into the legal system in the same way. Medieval Europe turned torture into an official, documented, bureaucratic process. Torture became part of the machinery of justice. This was a distinctly medieval development, one that would persist into the early modern period. By the 16th century, as the period draws to a close, public execution itself began to change. The elaborate methods persisted, but they were increasingly questioned. The Reformation brought new ideas about justice and redemption. The Renaissance brought new ideas about the body and human dignity. Slowly, execution began to move away from spectacle. The public nature of execution persisted, but the goal began to shift. Death itself became the point again, rather than suffering. Methods began to simplify. Hanging became more common than the wheel. Beheading became the preferred method for nobles. Burning became less frequent. The shift happened slowly, over generations. The methods did not disappear overnight, but the era of maximum elaboration had passed. What emerges from comparing classical and medieval approaches to death is a pattern of sophistication that moved in different directions. Rome was economical. One method, one location, one message. Repeated at scale. Efficient. Medieval Europe was Baroque. Multiple methods, multiple meanings, multiple ways of dying. Different crimes received different deaths. Different regions developed different preferences. The variation suggests a deeper engagement with the problem of punishment, a belief that the method mattered, that how someone died communicated something specific about what they had done. This level of sophistication in torture and execution would not be matched again. As time progressed and ideas about justice evolved, executions became simpler. The pendulum swung back toward efficiency. The elaborate methods began to disappear. The wheel fell out of use. The cradle was abandoned. Boiling ceased. Pressing was discontinued. By the 18th century, execution had become primarily about death itself, not about the artistic application of suffering. The medieval period had pushed the human capacity for creative torture to its limit, had systematized punishment into bureaucratic instruments, had combined engineering and anatomy and law into a unified system of execution. Every resource available had been mobilized to solve the problem of how to kill someone as slowly and as painfully as possible, while maintaining legal procedures and spiritual meaning. The result was a system of execution that was extraordinary in its complexity and its cruelty. No era before or since has developed such an elaborate apparatus for death. The methods created during medieval times represented the peak of something, though calling it a peak implies achievement, and that is uncomfortable. It was more a reaching toward something, a testing of limits, a systematic exploration of what the human body could endure, and what human ingenuity could devise to make it endure. By the time that period ended, the pendulum was already beginning to swing backward. The age of spectacle and suffering was coming to a close. A new era, one that would be less elaborate but still violent, was beginning. The methods would change, the philosophy would change, but the body would remain at the center of how power communicated with those it ruled, and that would not change for centuries yet. The question of how to kill someone and what that killing means would persist. But the answer would be different, simpler, more direct, less about the meaning of death and more about death itself. The transition marks a boundary between one way of thinking about power and the body and another. Medieval Europe had its way of understanding execution. What came after would have its own. In the second part of this episode, we focus more on the daily life, work, kinda everything in detail, from the Classical Antiquity and the Middle Ages. Picture yourself walking through a city 2,000 years ago. The smell of bread from a baker's oven mixes with the sound of metal workers hammering in their stalls. Someone is calling out prices in the marketplace. Water runs through stone channels designed to carry it from distant mountains. Children play in the shadows of enormous buildings made to last centuries. This is not a place entirely foreign to you, but it is not quite modern either. It is ancient Rome, or perhaps ancient Athens, a world where the basic rhythms of life, work, family, food, worship, were remarkably similar to our own, yet organized in ways that feel completely different once you look closely. This is where we begin. Classical antiquity stretched across more than 1,000 years, roughly from around 800 before the Common Era through 500 in the Common Era. This vast span saw the rise of Greek city-states that invented democracy, philosophy and theatre, followed by Rome, which built an empire that sprawled across 3 continents and held together through law, engineering, and an almost obsessive commitment to bureaucratic order. These were not primitive societies groping in darkness. They were complex civilizations with schools and universities, hospitals and public baths, libraries and theatres, sophisticated legal systems and complex economies. Yet they operated under completely different assumptions than we do now. The household was not simply where you lived with your family. It was the basic economic unit of society, the foundation of everything. You did not go to a store run by a stranger. You traded with people you knew, often people connected to your household. Work was not separated into neat categories of jobs and careers. It was embedded in social relationships and status, and perhaps most fundamentally, the ancient economy did not run on abstract market forces the way modern economies do. What you could do, what you could own, and what you could buy were all determined largely by who you were born as. In the classical world, cities were the centres of life for the fortunate. Athens and Rome, the great powers of their respective eras, were not the sprawling metropolises of today, but they were impressive nonetheless, crowded and busy and alive with commerce and public life. The city of Athens, at its height, probably held somewhere between 250,000 and 300,000 people, depending on how you counted and what time period you were looking at. Rome grew even larger, with perhaps 1 million people living within its walls at its peak, making it the largest city in the world at that time. These numbers might not sound enormous by modern standards, but for the ancient world, they were staggering. Cities required infrastructure, planning, and constant work to maintain. The streets of a classical city were not quiet or private. They were public spaces where commerce happened, where people gathered, where the business of society unfolded visibly. The streets themselves were sometimes paved with stone, particularly in Rome and the larger Greek cities, but they were often narrow, leaving barely enough room for 2 carts to pass. Buildings rose up on both sides, built close together, sometimes with the upper floors extending out over the street, creating covered walkways of sorts. The ground floors of buildings often opened directly onto the street, and these shop fronts were where commerce happened. A baker might have his oven visible from the street. A blacksmith worked in public view. A potter displayed his wares right at the doorway. The marketplace was the heart of city life. In Athens, this was the agora. In Rome, the forum. These were not just shopping centres in the modern sense. They were civic centres, places where people gathered for politics and business and gossip and public events. The markets themselves sold everything necessary for life. There were stalls with bread and cheese and olives and wine. There were vendors selling cloth and leather and tools. Metal workers had their shops. Potters displayed their work. Fishmongers had their stalls. Some items were produced locally. Others came from trade networks that stretched across the Mediterranean, bringing in goods from Egypt, from Persia, from the regions around the Black Sea. Trade was not the vast international commerce of today, but it was steady and consistent, connecting the classical world into networks of exchange and communication. The house of a wealthy person in a classical city was a revelation of private space separated from the street. A Roman house, for instance, often presented a blank wall to the street. But step through the entrance and you entered a different world. There was an atrium, a central courtyard open to the sky, where light came down and water pooled in a basin called an impluvium. Around this courtyard were the rooms of the house, the bedrooms and dining rooms and sitting rooms. Further back, there was often a peristyle, another courtyard surrounded by columns where gardens grew. The back of the house was more private, more removed from the street. If a wealthy person wanted to conduct business or receive important visitors, there might be a separate area for this purpose. The house was designed to keep the public and private world separate, to create a retreat from the noise and bustle of the streets outside. But most people did not live in such houses. Most people lived in apartment-like buildings called insulae in Rome, or in simpler houses in Athens and other cities. These were crowded spaces, often dirty, sometimes unsafe because the buildings could be flimsy and prone to fire. Many people spent more time outside their homes than inside them, in the streets and markets and public spaces. Cooking happened often in communal ovens, since many houses did not have space for their own kitchens. Water came from public fountains. Bathhouses were public spaces where people went not just to wash, but to socialize, to exercise, to do business. The bathhouse, or therme in Rome, was one of the great public institutions of the classical world. A Roman bathhouse was not a place you went quickly to wash. It was a complex of rooms where you spent hours. There was the cold bathroom, the frigidarium. There was the warm room, the tepidarium. And the hot room, the caldarium, where steam rose and you could sweat out the dirt of the day. There were areas for exercise and sports, gymnasia where men trained and competed. There were gardens and courtyards and sometimes libraries attached to the baths. For the price of a few coins, someone could spend an afternoon in the baths, meeting friends, doing business, taking care of their body. The bathhouses were often built by wealthy individuals as public gifts, or funded by the state, a way of PR, providing comfort and care to the citizen body. The cities of the classical world had aqueducts, massive engineering projects that brought fresh water from distant mountains to the city centres. The most famous Roman aqueduct, the Pont de Gard in southern France, still stands today, a reminder of Roman engineering capability. Water was precious, and these aqueducts made it possible to have fountains and baths and public latrines. Sewage systems existed too, directing waste out of the city or into rivers, keeping the streets at least partially clean. This was not perfect sanitation by modern standards, but it was far more sophisticated than what would exist in medieval Europe centuries later. Homes often had no windows opening to the street, or only small, high windows, keeping the interior private and defensible. Lighting came from oil lamps when it was dark, simple ceramic vessels with oil and a wick, or from open fires. Cooking was done over open flames, either in a communal oven or in a hearth within the home. Food was prepared fresh each day, purchased from markets, or produced within the household. There was no refrigeration, no way to preserve food except through salting, drying, or keeping it in cool storage. Meals were therefore dependent on what was available and in season. In summer, there were fresh fruits and vegetables. In winter, there was bread and preserved foods and whatever animals could be kept alive or slaughtered. The rhythm of a day in a classical city was determined by the sun and by public custom. Wealthy people often rose early, conducted business in the morning, took a midday meal, rested during the hottest part of the day, and then spent the late afternoon in public spaces or in business. Evening was for dining, and dinner was often the main meal of the day, a time when families or groups of friends gathered. Meals were eaten reclined on couches, particularly among the wealthy. Servants brought food, course after course, carefully prepared dishes made from grains and vegetables and meat and fish. Wine was diluted with water. Drinking undiluted wine was considered crude and dangerous. Conversation and entertainment accompanied meals. There might be musicians or poets or dancers performing, but this is the life of the privileged. For the majority of people living in cities, life was harsher, more crowded, more uncertain. Many people were enslaved, working in households or in crafts or in agriculture. Even free people often lived on the edge, their income dependent on daily labour. A labourer might work on construction sites, helping to build the temples and homes and aqueducts that gave the city its appearance. A craftsman might produce pottery or metalwork. A merchant might buy and sell goods. Many people worked without formal employment, doing whatever work they could find day by day. Rural and agricultural life was where the vast majority of people actually lived. In the classical world, perhaps 80 or 90% of the population worked in agriculture, living outside cities, growing the food that sustained the civilization. Agriculture was the foundation of everything. Cities depended on the countryside to provide grain and meat and oil and wine. Trade depended on agricultural surplus, on the ability to produce more than you needed yourself and trade the excess for other goods. Military power depended on agriculture too, because armies needed to be fed, and you could not feed an army without agricultural surplus. The typical farm in Greece or Rome was relatively small. Even wealthy landowners often owned several small farms rather than one enormous estate. This was because agriculture required constant attention and local knowledge. A farmer needed to know the soil, the rainfall patterns, the seasonal rhythms of his particular land. A farm might be 10 or 20 acres, sometimes larger, sometimes smaller. The farmer and his family did much of the work themselves, but if they had the resources, they might own slaves who worked the land alongside them. Slavery was not concentrated on large plantations, as it would be in later centuries. Instead, slaves were scattered across many small farms and households, working alongside free people. What a farmer grew depended on the land and the climate and the market. In Greece, the primary crops were wheat and barley, which made bread, the staple food. Olives were grown for oil, which was essential for cooking and for lamps and for trade. Grapes were grown for wine, which was not just for pleasure, but a dietary staple, providing calories and often being safer than drinking water. In the warm Mediterranean climate, these crops thrived. In Italy and the Roman lands, the pattern was similar. Wheat and barley for bread, olives and grapes for oil and wine, and vegetables grown in gardens, including beans, cabbage, onions, and garlic. Livestock was also important. Sheep and goats provided milk and wool. Pigs were raised for meat. Cattle were kept, though they were expensive to maintain a farm and primarily used for ploughing or for pulling carts. Poultry was common, with chickens and ducks and geese providing eggs and meat. Farming was a matter of reading the seasons and preparing for them. In spring, the fields were ploughed, seeds were sown. Men worked with wooden ploughs, often drawn by oxen or horses. The fields had to be prepared carefully. Too much haste and the soil would be damaged. Too much delay, and the growing season would be missed. In summer, the crops grew and the farmer worked to maintain them, removing weeds, ensuring adequate water during dry spells. In fall, the harvest came, and this was intense work. The whole family and any workers brought in to help, cutting the grain with sickles and scythes, gathering it, threshing it to separate the grain from the chaff. Storage was critical because the grain had to last through the winter and until the next harvest. Grain was stored in sealed containers, kept dry and protected from rodents. Some was set aside for seed for the next year. The rest was kept for food or for trade. The farmer's life was not easy. There was always uncertainty. A drought could devastate a crop. An excess of rain could destroy it. Pests could attack. Disease could strike the livestock. A farmer had to make constant decisions about what to plant and how densely to plant it. Growing wheat or barley provided calories but relatively little profit. Growing grapes or olives was more lucrative, but it required investment. Vines and olive trees took years to mature before producing, so a farmer had to have enough resources to wait for the payoff. Many farmers did not have that luxury. They had to focus on subsistence, on growing enough to feed their family and pay their obligations to the state or to a landowner. Obligations to the state were a constant pressure. The ancient states taxed agriculture heavily, taking portions of the harvest to fund armies and public works and the bureaucracy that kept things running. In Rome, this system became quite sophisticated. Tax collectors made assessments of what was owed. Records were kept. If a farmer could not pay, there could be serious consequences. In Rome, there was also the annona, a system where the state required contributions of grain from farmers to feed the city, particularly Rome itself, which needed enormous quantities of grain to feed its population. This was not voluntary. If you were a farmer, a portion of your harvest was owed to the state. Beyond formal taxation, many farmers worked for landlords, renting the land they farmed and paying a portion of their produce as rent. This arrangement was common and would become more common over time. A peasant farmer might work a small plot of land owned by a wealthy person or by the state, paying in produce or in labor. The incentive structure was such that a farmer who could not cover his obligations had little choice but to seek a patron, a wealthy person who could protect him and provide security in exchange for labor and loyalty. This relationship would eventually solidify into the feudal arrangements of the medieval period. Society in the classical world was organized into rigid hierarchies based on birth and citizenship and status. At the top were the aristocrats, the wealthy landowners with political power. Below them were citizens, free men who had the rights of citizenship, which varied by city-state but generally included the right to own property, to participate in some form of political decision-making, and to be tried in court. Below citizens were resident foreigners, called metics in Athens, who were free but did not have the rights of citizens, and were often restricted in what they could own or do. Below them were freedmen, people who had been enslaved but were now free, though they often remained in a sort of semi-dependent relationship with the person who freed them. And at the bottom were slaves, people with virtually no rights, owned as property, subject to the will of their owners. Slavery was not incidental to the classical economy, it was central. Slavery was not based on race as it would become in later centuries. Rather, people became enslaved through conquest, through being born to enslaved parents, through debt slavery, where a person who owed money became enslaved until the debt was paid, or through being purchased from slave traders. The ancient sources suggest that, in Athens at its height, there might have been between 30,000 and 100,000 slaves, and the population of free people was perhaps similar, meaning that enslaved people made up a significant portion of the population. They worked in every sector of the economy, in agriculture, in mines, in households, in crafts. They were essential to the system. The nature of slavery varied. A slave in a household might be relatively well treated and might eventually be freed. A slave in the silver mines of Lorient, which funded much of Athenian power, worked in difficult conditions in tunnels underground, extracting the silver that was the basis of Athenian wealth. Some enslaved people were skilled workers, craftspeople who produced valuable goods. Some were unskilled laborers. Some had families they could keep intact. Others were separated from families and sold away. The institution of slavery was varied and complex, and the experience of being enslaved varied widely, depending on who your owner was and what work you did. Yet there was at least a theoretical possibility of freedom. Enslaved people sometimes saved money and purchased their own freedom. An enslaved person who was freed became a freedman, and while they did not have full citizen rights, they had more freedom than they had before. Over time, the children of freed men could become full citizens. This possibility, rare though it was, meant that slavery was not absolutely permanent in the way it would become in later centuries. The distinction between citizen and non-citizen was profound. In Athens, which prided itself on democracy and the rights of citizens, only free men who were born to citizen parents were themselves citizens. Women could not be citizens. Non-Greeks could not be citizens. Even non-citizen free men had significantly fewer rights. They could not own land. They could not participate in the assembly that made decisions. They could be taxed. They could be conscripted. They lived under the protection of the laws of the city-state, but did not have the full rights of the citizen body. Gender roles in the classical world were sharply defined, particularly in Athens. Women were expected to be mothers and household managers. An Athenian girl received little formal education. She was raised at home, learning household management from her mother. She was expected to obey her father until she was married, at which point she would obey her husband. Her property was controlled by her male guardian. She could not conduct business or own land independently. She could not participate in political affairs. Her role was to bear legitimate children and maintain the household. If she ventured into public too much or drew attention to herself, she risked her reputation and the reputation of her family. In contrast, in Sparta, a rival Greek city-state, women had more autonomy and more public presence. Spartan girls received physical training, much like boys, because Spartans believed that strong women would produce strong children. Spartan women owned property. They moved more freely in public. They could initiate divorces. By the standards of the classical world, Spartan women were remarkably free, though still subordinate to men in ultimate authority. In Rome, women's roles were somewhat more flexible than in Athens, though still constrained. A Roman woman was typically under the authority of her father or husband, but she could own property in her own name. She could manage a household's finances. She could initiate divorce. She was expected to be a respectable matrona, a matron, managing her household and bearing children, but she had more public presence than an Athenian woman. Some Roman women became quite powerful through their influence on their fathers or husbands or sons. A person's status and gender role determined the details of daily life: what clothes you wore, what you ate, where you could go, who you could speak to, what work you could do. All of these were shaped by your position in the hierarchy. And this hierarchy was understood as natural and inevitable. The poor were poor, the rich were rich, the enslaved were enslaved, because this was how the world worked. Movement between categories was rare and difficult. The household was the basic unit of everything. It was economic production. It was where children were raised. It was where food was prepared. It was where goods were made if the household was engaged in crafts. It was an organization that included not just family, but slaves and dependents and clients. The head of the household, usually the oldest male, had authority over everyone in it. He made the major decisions. He represented the household in the public world of law and politics and commerce. The household's status and wealth determined the status and opportunities of everyone in it. Marriage was a formal arrangement, often negotiated between families. Love might develop, but marriage was understood primarily as a means of producing legitimate heirs and creating alliances between families. A girl was married relatively young, often in her mid-teens, to a man significantly older. The wedding was a public affair, with rituals and ceremonies that marked the transition of the bride from her father's household to her husband's. The bride was often carried across the threshold of her new home, in a ritual that symbolized the transfer of her authority from father to husband. Once married, a woman's role was to produce heirs and manage the household. Children were born within the household, often with the help of a midwife, a woman who knew the procedures and could help in case of complications. The survival of newborns to adulthood was uncertain. Infants were vulnerable to disease and accidents, but children who survived infancy had a reasonable chance of reaching adulthood. Once born, a child was not automatically accepted as a member of the family. In some cases, the father had the right to reject a child, to not acknowledge it as his own, in which case the child might be given away or left to die. But in most cases, the child was accepted and raised. Children's early years were spent largely within the household, cared for by mothers and nurses and servants. A boy, as he grew older, would gradually be brought into the public world, first accompanying his father, learning how business was conducted, how society worked. A wealthy boy would receive formal education, learning reading and writing and mathematics from a schoolmaster, often supplemented by private tutors. Physical education was also important. Boys trained in wrestling and running and other sports. An Athenian boy might attend a gymnasium, a public space for exercise and training. By the time a boy reached adolescence, he was gradually being prepared for adult male roles. A girl's education remained domestic. She learned household management, weaving, and other skills she would need as a wife and mother. She had less access to formal education. Her public presence was limited. By the time she reached adulthood, usually her mid-teens, she was ready for marriage, and her life would be largely confined to the household, emerging only occasionally for religious festivals or other public occasions. Religion permeated daily life in the classical world. It was not something separated from ordinary existence. It was woven through every aspect of life. The gods were understood as real, as present in the world, as intervening in human affairs. There were gods for everything. Zeus ruled from above. Athena protected cities and guided warriors. Hermes guided travelers and merchants. Aphrodite governed love. Poseidon controlled the sea. Hades ruled the underworld. There were gods for agriculture, for crafts, for the home, for everything. This pantheon, this family of divine beings, was understood not as abstract theology, but as active presences in the world that required constant attention and careful management. Religion was not primarily about individual faith or personal salvation, concepts that would come later with Christianity. It was about maintaining proper relationships with the gods, about doing the rituals that kept the gods happy and ensured that the world continued to function properly. If you neglected the gods, they could punish you with drought or disease or military defeat. If you honored them properly, they would grant you blessings. This was not a system built on love or grace. It was transactional. You gave to the gods, and they protected you in return. Daily religious practice included making offerings at every significant moment. When a farmer planted a crop, he might make an offering to the gods of agriculture, asking for their protection and blessing. The ceremony would involve speaking words of respect and supplication, pouring out grain or wine or honey at sacred places in the field. When a sailor set out to sea, he would offer to Poseidon, understanding that the god controlled the winds and currents that could determine whether he lived or died at sea. When a craftsman began a new project, he might make an offering to the god of his craft before starting work. These offerings might be grain or wine or honey or oil, poured out or burned in a fire where the smoke would rise to heaven, carrying the message to the gods. If someone was asking a god for something important, the offering might be an animal sacrifice, an expensive and significant undertaking that marked the seriousness of the request. The home had deep religious significance. There was a space in the home devoted to the household gods, the lares and penates in Rome, protective spirits associated with the home and the family. These were not grand deities worshipped in temples, but intimate, domestic powers that lived with the family. These household deities were honored with offerings and small rituals, often daily. At meals, a portion of food might be set aside as an offering to the household gods before anyone ate. A libation, a pouring out of wine, might accompany this offering. This connected the family to the divine in their daily life, reminding them that they were not alone, that they lived under protection and within relationships with powers beyond themselves. Temples were public structures, impressive buildings made of stone, often decorated with sculpture and painting. They housed statues of the gods, images that were understood to be inhabited by the god's presence, not merely representing the god, but actually containing something of the divine. The interior of a temple was usually closed to ordinary people. Only priests and certain officials could enter the most sacred inner sanctum, the Holy of Holies, where the statue stood. But the exterior was public, and religious ceremonies took place in public spaces around the temple. On festival days, there would be processions, music, dancing, and public sacrifices. These were not solemn, quiet affairs. They were loud and public and festive, celebrations that involved the entire community, with food shared, wine drunk, and the normal rules of society loosened in celebration. Religious festivals marked the calendar and structured time itself. There were festivals for planting season and for harvest, marking the agricultural cycle. There were festivals for specific gods, honoring them on particular days. In Athens, the Anthesteria was a festival for Dionysus, the god of wine, involving the tasting of new wine and various rituals that included a kind of communion with the dead, an acknowledgement that even those who had passed remained part of the community. The Panathenaea was a massive festival for Athena, held every 4 years, involving a grand procession where young women carried a new robe for the statue of Athena. Athletic competitions, sacrifices, and feasting that lasted days. These festivals were opportunities for the community to gather, to celebrate, to remind themselves of their shared identity and shared relationship to the divine. Augury was the practice of reading signs from the gods, usually through observing the behavior of birds or the entrails of sacrificed animals. Before an important decision, such as going to war or conducting a major public ceremony, an official would consult the augurs, men trained in reading these signs and interpreting the will of the gods. The augur would watch birds in flight, noting their direction, their behavior, which birds appeared, or an animal would be sacrificed, and the augur would examine the liver or other organs, looking for signs that indicated whether the gods favored the intended action. If the signs were unfavorable, the action might be postponed. If they were favorable, it could proceed. This practice gave religious authority to decision-making and connected human choices to the divine will, ensuring that major actions were undertaken with the gods' blessing. Oracles were places where you could ask the gods for guidance about the future. The most famous oracle was at Delphi, where a priestess, the Pythia, would sit over a chasm in the earth where vapors rose, said to contain divine inspiration. She would go into a trance state and speak prophecies, sometimes in intelligible words, sometimes in utterances that priests had to interpret. People came from all over the Greek world to ask the oracle questions about their futures, about whether they should undertake voyages or wars or major projects. The prophecies were often cryptic, subject to interpretation, and could be understood in multiple ways. But they were taken with utmost seriousness and used to guide important decisions. To ignore an oracle's warning was to risk divine punishment. This integration of the divine and the practical aspects of life meant that religion was never separate from the rest of society. It was part of how decisions were made, how communities were held together, how people understood their place in the world. A person who went through a day without acknowledging the gods, without making small offerings, without maintaining proper religious behavior, was seen as dangerously irresponsible. Someone who might bring misfortune, not just on himself, but on his entire community. Religion was therefore not separate from daily life. It was the context within which daily life unfolded. It marked time. It explained misfortune and made sense of prosperity. It guided decisions. It connected people to forces larger than themselves. And it integrated the community, bringing people together for shared celebrations and shared understandings of how the world worked and what mattered. Food was never simply something you consumed in the ancient world. It was social practice, economic transaction, and religious experience all at once. The staples of Mediterranean life were bread, olive oil, and wine. Bread was the foundation, the thing that kept people alive. Wheat or barley was ground into flour, mixed with water, and baked in communal ovens. The quality of bread varied wildly by status. The wealthy might have finer white bread made from carefully selected grain. The poor made do with coarser bread, often mixed with beans or other fillers to stretch the grain further. But everyone ate bread. For many people, bread was the meal. You could live on bread and water if necessary, and for those at the bottom of society, that was often what you got. Olive oil was the other essential. It was used for cooking, for lamps, for trade, for anointing the body. Every household that could afford it kept oil on hand. It was poured over vegetables, used to fry fish or meat when available, used in medicines and cosmetics. The production of olive oil was a major economic activity, particularly in Greece. Trees had to be planted and tended for years before producing, so investing in olives was a commitment that only people with resources could make. Wine was similarly essential, not because people were drunkards, but because water was often unsafe to drink. Wine was diluted with water, sometimes heavily, and consumed daily. Fresh wine, new wine, was different from aged wine. The rich might have access to better wines, imported from specific regions known for quality. The poor drank whatever wine they could afford, which might be quite rough and sour. Wine kept people hydrated and provided calories. It was also used in religious rituals, in medicine, in celebration. Vegetables grew in kitchen gardens when space allowed. Onions, garlic, cabbage, beans, peas, cucumbers, lettuce. These were seasonal, available in summer and fall, preserved or stored when possible for winter consumption. Meat was expensive and not eaten regularly by most people. Poultry was more accessible, with chickens providing eggs year-round and meat occasionally. Fish was available near coasts and rivers, fresh or preserved by salting. The wealthy ate meat regularly, selecting the best cuts, preparing elaborate dishes with spices and sauces. The poor ate meat at festivals, at religious ceremonies, or rarely. Cooking happened over open fires. A household might have a hearth where bread could be baked or stews cooked in clay pots. Cooking methods were simple but labor-intensive. Things were boiled, baked, grilled, fried. Spices were precious and used sparingly, available through trade. Honey was used for sweetening. Meals were structured differently than in modern times. The main meal was usually in the afternoon or evening. In the morning, people might eat bread and drink wine, quick sustenance before work. Midday might bring a light meal, perhaps some fruit or cheese if available. Evening was dinner, the main social gathering when the household came together. Eating was time-bound to the light available. Without artificial lighting, most work ended as the sun declined, and dinner happened in the evening when people gathered. Among the wealthy, dinner was an elaborate social event that could last for hours. The host reclined on couches specifically designed for dining. Guests were invited, and food came in multiple courses. There might be appetizers, small things to awaken the appetite, then a main course of fish or meat with vegetables, then fruit or other desserts, then nuts and dates. Wine was served with dinner, mixed with water in proportions that varied, but typically 1 part wine to 2 or 3 parts water. Entertainment happened during dinner, with musicians or poets performing, creating atmosphere and providing distraction. Conversation was valued and encouraged. The dinner was as much about business and politics and pleasure as it was about eating. Deals were made over dinner. Political alliances were formed. Young men were introduced into society at dinner parties. Strangers could be assessed. Trustworthiness determined. Relationships built. Dining was fundamentally social. Among ordinary people, dinner was simpler, but still a gathering. The family ate whatever had been prepared, usually some combination of bread, vegetables, oil, and occasionally meat or fish. The meal might be a stew, vegetables cooked with herbs and oil, or simply bread and cheese and whatever was at hand. Children ate with their parents, learning table manners and social customs. Servants and enslaved people might eat separately or at different times, after the family had eaten, eating what remained or simpler food. Feasts happened at religious festivals or celebrations. These were public events where the entire community might gather. A rich person sponsoring a feast would provide meat, wine, bread, and entertainment. Thousands of people might attend. Slaves worked in kitchens, preparing food under the direction of a master chef. Food preservation was essential because seasons meant that certain foods were available only at certain times. Grain was stored in sealed containers, protected from moisture and rodents. Olives and grapes were turned into oil and wine, which could be stored for years. Meat was salted heavily for preservation. Fish was dried or salted. Some vegetables were pickled. Cheese was made from milk and stored. Root vegetables were kept cool in storage. The management of food and storage was a constant preoccupation. A household that failed to preserve enough food for winter faced serious problems. This is why agricultural surplus mattered so much. You had to produce more than you ate just to ensure survival through the year. Education in the classical world was a privilege, not a right. Most of the population never received formal schooling. Children worked, helped with farms or crafts, learned through doing rather than through instruction. But among the wealthy and in certain cities, education was valued and pursued seriously. In Athens, education was considered essential for citizens. Boys from wealthy families attended school, usually starting around age 6. They went to a master's school where they learned reading, writing, and arithmetic. The schoolroom was simple. There might be a bench, perhaps a table, the master and his pupils. The master was a teacher of letters, a grammatiste, and he used wooden tablets covered with wax where students practiced writing. They copied letters, then simple words, building up to reading complete texts. Arithmetic involved learning to count and perform basic calculations, essential for commerce and property management. Music and poetry were also part of education. Boys memorized Homer and other poets, not just for literature, but as a basis for learning. Physical education was equally important. Boys attended a gymnasia, a public space for exercise, where they trained in running, wrestling, and other sports. Older trainers supervised this, and it was understood as preparation for warfare and for citizenship. Rhetoric, the art of speaking and persuasion, was crucial for political participation. Boys who could afford it continued their studies with a rhetor, learning how to construct arguments, how to speak persuasively, how to debate. By the time a boy reached adolescence, he had been prepared for public life, for politics, for business. He knew how to read and write, could do basic mathematics, understood the arts, was physically trained. The contrast with Sparta was stark. In Sparta, boys entered the agoge at age 7. This was not a school in the classical sense. It was a state institution designed to produce warriors. Boys lived communally, slept together, trained together. The training as harsh and focused entirely on military skills and absolute obedience. Physical training was extreme. Boys were deliberately underfed, pushed to do difficult things, encouraged to steal food and face punishment if caught. This taught self-reliance and taught them to operate under hardship. By the time a Spartan boy became a man, he had been shaped entirely for war and for serving the state. Girls received almost no formal education in Athens. A girl was educated at home, learning household management from her mother and older female relatives. She learned to spin wool, weave cloth, manage servants, prepare food. She learned household accounts, how to manage budgets, how to maintain the home. Her education was practical and domestic, preparation for her future role as a wife and manager, her own household. She had little exposure to the wider world, limited public presence, restricted movement. In Sparta, girls received physical training, which was unusual for the ancient world and shocked many Greeks from other cities. Spartan women trained in athletics, running, wrestling, throwing, and this was not considered degrading, but rather part of the system of producing strong offspring for the state. Women in Sparta could own property in their own names, could inherit, could initiate divorces, had more autonomy than their Athenian counterparts. They had more public presence and were less confined to the household. The reasoning was practical. Strong mothers would produce strong children, but this reflected a different understanding of gender roles and the place of women in society. Still, even in Sparta, ultimate authority remained with men, but this was exceptional. In most places, a woman's education was domestic and limited, focused entirely on preparation for marriage and household management. Philosophers offered education to those who could afford it and who were interested in deeper learning. Socrates taught in Athens, discussing philosophy with anyone who would engage him, not charging money, but gathering around him those interested in ideas. His students included Plato, who founded the Academy, a school where philosophy and mathematics were taught to dedicated students. Aristotle later created his own school, the Lyceum, where students walked while discussing philosophy, the Peripatetic school. These institutions were not like modern universities. They were communities of learners and teachers devoted to understanding fundamental questions about the world and how to live. Access was limited to those with time and resources to pursue such learning. For most people, formal education meant nothing. They learned through work, through apprenticeship, through family instruction. A farmer's son learned farming from his father. A potter's son learned pottery through working with his father. Knowledge was transmitted through doing, through watching and imitating, through experience. Books were expensive, hand-copied and rare. Most people never owned a book. The library was a luxury of the wealthy and of institutions. But in the cities, particularly Athens, there was an intellectual culture that valued learning and discussion. Philosophers debated in public spaces. People gathered to listen to poets and historians. Ideas were valuable, and the ability to think and argue was respected. This culture of intellectual engagement was part of what made Athens distinctive and influential. The foundation of the entire classical economy rested on agriculture. Without agricultural surplus, cities could not exist. No city could feed itself from its own territory. Athens, a city of 250,000 people, could not possibly grow enough grain within its walls and immediate surroundings to feed everyone. It depended entirely on the countryside and on trade to produce grain and bring it in. It depended on the countryside to produce more grain than the rural population needed, so that the excess could be traded or taxed to feed urban populations. Every person living in a city was dependent on some farmer producing enough food for himself and his family, plus additional food for someone else. This meant that farmers were working not just to feed themselves but to support the entire structure of civilization. The responsibility was enormous and the risk was constant. A failed harvest meant not just that a farmer's family went hungry, it meant that the city depended on that farm couldn't be fed. Wars were sometimes fought over access to grain. Famines spread when agriculture failed. The fate of civilizations was literally rooted in the soil. The vast majority of the population worked in agriculture. Estimates suggest that 80 to 90% of people made their living from the land. These were not large landowners running vast estates, but small farmers working plots that they either owned or rented. Even in wealthy families, farming was the source of wealth. A wealthy person in ancient Greece or Rome owned multiple small farms rather than one enormous property. This was partly because agricultural management required local knowledge and constant attention. You could not manage a huge estate from a distance. You needed to know your land, your soil, your water sources, your climate patterns. Farms were typically 10 to 30 acres, sometimes smaller, sometimes larger. The farmer and his family did much of the work themselves. They were assisted by enslaved people if they could afford them, or by hired workers at crucial times like harvest. Seasonal work was intense. In spring, the field had to be prepared. The plough was wooden, drawn by oxen or horses if the farmer could afford them. The plough broke up the soil, preparing it for seed. This work was hard, repetitive, and weather-dependent. Too much rain, and the field would be waterlogged. Too little rain, and the soil would be hard and difficult to work. The farmer had to read the conditions and decide when to plough, when to seed, when to expect rain. Planting happened in spring. Seeds of wheat or barley or other crops were scattered by hand onto the prepared field. The farmer had to estimate how densely to plant, had to manage the proportion of seed saved for planting versus seed used for food or sale. Decisions about what to grow were made based on experience and knowledge of the market, but also based on harsh economic realities. Wheat and barley provided calories and could be stored for long periods, ensuring survival through the winter. They were reliable if less lucrative. Olives and grapes were more lucrative, offering better returns, but they required investment. Vines took years to mature before producing. Olive trees took years to establish. During those years, a farmer had to wait for income, had to survive on other resources, had to maintain the plants, had to hope that conditions remained favorable. A farmer with limited capital might not be able to afford to wait for a payoff. If he invested in vines and then a drought destroyed them, he was ruined. If he invested and then prices for wine collapsed, his investment was worthless. So most small farmers focused on grain and supplemented with whatever else they could grow. Grain was the safe choice, the choice that ensured survival even if it did not ensure prosperity. But growing only grain meant limited income. The farmer remained relatively poor, living close to subsistence, vulnerable to any disruption. Summer was a time of maintenance. Fields had to be weeded, water had to be managed, livestock had to be tended, hay had to be cut and stored for winter. The work was constant and necessary. Neglect of the field in summer meant poor harvest in fall. Harvest came in late summer and fall. This was intense, urgent work. The grain had to be cut when it was ripe, before it fell to the ground and was lost. Everyone in the household worked, and extra labourers were hired if possible. The grain was cut with a sickle or scythe, gathered, then threshed. Threshing meant beating the grain to separate the kernels from the chaff. This could be done by hand, by animals trampling the grain, or by other methods. Once threshed, the grain had to be stored. This was crucial. The grain had to last until the next harvest. It had to be protected from moisture, from rats, from insects. It was kept in sealed containers. Some was set aside for seed for the next year. The rest was kept for consumption through the winter. If storage failed, if rats got in, if moisture damaged the grain, the family faced serious problems. Grain was also the main form of taxation. The state demanded a portion of the harvest. Tax collectors would assess what was owed and collect it. In Rome, there was the annona system, where the state requisitioned grain from farmers to feed the cities, particularly Rome itself. This was not optional. It was an obligation. A farmer who could not pay taxes risked serious consequences. Managing the farm meant constantly balancing multiple pressures. You had to grow enough to feed yourself and your family, had to set aside seed for next year, had to produce enough to pay taxes, and ideally had to produce some surplus to trade or sell. This left little margin for error. Miscalculation or bad luck could quickly turn a sustainable farm into an unprofitable one. A poor harvest, a loss of livestock to disease, a failed investment in olives or grapes could push a farmer into debt. Debt was dangerous and often permanent. A farmer who owed money to a wealthy person was vulnerable. The creditor could claim the farm, could claim the farmer himself as a debtor slave, or could tie the farmer to the land as a tenant, obligated to work the farm for life and pass the obligation to his children. This risk meant that farmers were often willing to place themselves under the protection of a wealthy patron, to become tenant farmers, to trade autonomy for security. The arrangement was not equal. The patron had power, the farmer had need, but it provided some protection and some assurance of access to land. This system would eventually develop into the feudal arrangements of the medieval period, but in the classical period, it was already emerging. Rural life was connected to the seasons in a way that urban life was not. The calendar was not uniform across the year. Some seasons brought intense work, other seasons were less demanding. Winter was lean, cold, and difficult. The supply of fresh food was limited. Stored food had to be managed carefully. Spring brought planting and hope. Summer brought maintenance and the threat of crop failure. Fall brought harvest and a frenzy of work. This rhythm of the agricultural year structured everything. Religious festivals aligned with planting and harvest. Work obligations varied seasonally. Even diet varied with the seasons. In summer, there was abundance. In winter, there was scarcity. Trade was the nervous system that connected the ancient world. Without trade, cities would starve, and specialized crafts could not develop. Goods had to move from where they were produced to where they were needed. The Mediterranean Sea was the primary highway of trade. Merchant ships sailed from port to port, carrying goods and connecting distant regions. Some ships were large, capable of carrying significant cargo, moving slowly and deliberately. Other ships were smaller, faster, used for high-value goods or for travel. The sea was also dangerous. Storms could destroy a ship and cargo without warning. Rocks and reefs lurked near coasts. Pirates operated in some areas, attacking merchant vessels and stealing cargo. Distance meant uncertainty. A merchant did not know if his cargo would arrive, what condition it would be in when it arrived, what price he would get, whether he would profit or lose everything. This risk was managed through partnerships, through spreading risk across multiple voyages, through relationships with other merchants who could share in profits and losses. A merchant might own a fraction of multiple voyages rather than all of one voyage, reducing the impact of failure. Major trade routes connected Egypt with Greece and Italy. Grain and papyrus came from Egypt. Timber and other goods went back. Northern grain came from the Black Sea region, travelling down the coast to feed deficit areas. Spain supplied tin, necessary for making bronze. Amber came from the Baltic, moving slowly through intermediary traders until it reached the Mediterranean. Spices, dyes, and luxury goods came from the east through overland routes that connected to the Mediterranean. What was being traded varied by region and by era. Grain was crucial, moving from surplus areas to deficit areas. Olive oil and wine moved from Greece to other regions. Pottery moved everywhere, made in certain centres and traded widely. Metals and metalwork were valuable trade goods. Luxury items like linen from Egypt, purple dye from Phoenicia, fine wines from specific regions, all moved along trade networks. The traders were diverse. Some were merchants who owned ships or worked for owners who did, handling the logistics of moving goods across seas. Some were craftspeople who sold their own goods, a potter bringing pottery to market, a blacksmith selling his metalwork. Some were intermediaries, buying in one place and selling in another, making their profit from the difference in prices or from their knowledge of markets. Some were enslaved people sent to trade on behalf of their owners, conducting transactions and returning with profits. Some were women engaging in trade, particularly in textiles and luxury goods. Markets existed in every city, constituting the foundation of local commerce. The Agora in Athens or the Forum in Rome were not just gathering places, but actual marketplaces where goods were bought and sold daily. These were permanent or semi-permanent spaces dedicated to commerce. Stalls lined the areas. Merchants displayed goods. Customers examined items, negotiated prices, completed transactions. The noise and activity were constant during market hours. Early morning was often the busiest time, when fresh goods arrived and customers came to shop before the heat of the day. Temporary markets emerged at festivals or religious gatherings. Traders set up booths, displayed goods, negotiated prices. Money changed hands. Goods were wrapped or placed in containers for transport. People came to market to buy what they needed, to socialize, to conduct business. The market was public, visible, part of daily life. Long-distance trade was more structured. Merchants planned voyages, gathered capital, purchased cargo, arranged for ships and crews. They dealt with risks of weather and piracy. They negotiated with other merchants and with authorities at ports. A successful merchant could become wealthy. A failed voyage could be ruinous. Banks and moneylenders emerged to manage the risks and costs of trade. A merchant could borrow money to finance a voyage, agreeing to pay interest. If the voyage succeeded, he repaid the loan plus interest. If the voyage failed, the loss was shared. These early banking arrangements were sophisticated, managing risk and enabling commerce that would otherwise be impossible. Trade created dependencies. A city that depended on imported grain was vulnerable to disruption of those imports. A region that depended on exported goods needed the markets that purchased those goods. This interdependence was both a strength and a vulnerability. It connected regions and created mutual interest in maintaining peace and good relations. It also meant that disruption could be catastrophic. A change in trade patterns, a war that disrupted shipping, a failure of supply could create severe problems. Crafts and manufacturing happened primarily in cities, though some items were made in rural areas. The basic crafts included pottery, metalwork, textiles, woodworking, and stoneworking. These were skilled trades that required years of training and deep knowledge. A potter had to understand clay, had to know which clay bodies worked best for different purposes, had to know how to shape it on a wheel, how to fire it in a kiln to achieve the right hardness and colour. The firing was crucial and uncertain. A kiln could reach too high a temperature and fuse the pottery into a solid lump, or not reach a high enough temperature and the pottery would remain fragile. A kiln failure could destroy entire batches of pottery, weeks or months of work, materials, fuel, all lost. Potters worked in small workshops, often family businesses passed down through generations. A master potter trained his sons and other apprentices, teaching them through hands-on work, demonstration, and correction. Production was relatively limited compared to modern manufacturing. Each piece was made individually, though skilled workers could produce many similar pieces in a production run. A potter might make dozens of similar bowls or vessels, but each one was hand-formed, unique in subtle ways, marked by the maker's skill and style. The quality and decoration of pottery varied. Fine pottery, decorated with scenes and made with care, was expensive and desired by the wealthy. Coarse pottery for everyday use was cheaper and more common. Metalwork required knowledge of metals, of furnaces, of tools. Smiths worked with bronze, iron, copper, tin. They made tools, weapons, decorative items, household goods. A bronze vessel or a decorated iron tool represented considerable skill and labour. Metalworking was among the most valued crafts. Textiles were produced primarily by women, though the work was organised at various scales. Some cloth was produced at home for household use. Professor, Eshanal weavers worked in workshops, producing finer cloth for trade. The work involved spinning raw fibre into thread, then weaving the thread into cloth. This was labour-intensive and required skill to produce good quality cloth. Dyes had to be applied, and getting the right colour required knowledge of plants and processes. Stonework included quarrying and carving stone for building and for sculpture. Stoneworkers produced blocks for buildings, created sculptures and decorative pieces. This was specialised work, requiring tools and knowledge. Construction of major buildings, temples, public structures involved many workers, but also required skilled stoneworkers and overseers. Woodworking was essential for ships, buildings, furniture, and tools. Wood had to be selected, seasoned, carved, assembled. Different woods had different properties. Oak was strong but heavy. Pine was lighter but weaker. Knowing what wood to use and how to work, it was important. Crafts were often concentrated in certain cities. Athens was famous for its pottery, Corinth for its bronze work, Tyre for its purple dye. This concentration emerged because of access to materials, developed knowledge and techniques, reputation and markets. A potter in Athens could draw on generations of accumulated knowledge and could access clays and markets that supported the craft. Craftspeople were organised socially according to their craft. A potter belonged to a guild or association of potters. These associations set standards, controlled quality, protected members' interests, and were often involved in religious rituals particular to their craft. A craftsperson's status was above that of a labourer, but below that of a merchant or wealthy landowner. Crafts provided a living, and skilled craftspeople could accumulate some wealth. But they were dependent on demand for their products, on access to materials, on their ability to market their goods. The work was specialised, but the scale was small. Most workshops were family operations, employing a handful of people. Some larger operations existed, but manufacturing was never industrialised. Each item required labour. Quality varied. Output was limited compared to modern production. But the commitment to quality, to skill, to beauty in everyday objects was real. A clay jug or a bronze tool was not just functional, but often aesthetically considered. Money in the ancient world emerged as a way to standardize value and enable exchange. Early exchange was barter, direct trading of goods. But barter had problems. You had to have something the other person wanted, and the values had to match. Money solved this problem by being universally desired and by providing a standard measure of value. Early money was based on weight. Traders carried scales and weighed metal, typically bronze or silver, for each transaction. This was cumbersome, but worked. As trade increased, there was a need for standardization. Standardized coins appeared in the Greek world around the 6th century before the Common Era. A coin was a piece of metal of a specific weight and purity, stamped with an official mark that guaranteed its value. This dramatically simplified trade. You could accept a coin knowing its weight was standard, its purity guaranteed. The first coins were made of electrum, a mixture of gold and silver. Later coins were purely silver, as it was more abundant. Silver remained the primary currency through much of the classical period. Gold was too valuable for everyday transactions. Bronze or copper was used for smaller transactions. The Romans later standardized coinage across their empire. This created a unified currency system that greatly facilitated trade and taxation. Different cities and regions issued their own coins, stamped with their own symbols. This was partly practical and partly political. The stamp on the coin advertised the city that issued it. A merchant receiving a coin with a particular city's stamp knew it came from a known source and was reliable. Counterfeiting was a risk. Coins could be filed, reducing their weight while appearing full. Coins could be made of base metal with a thin coating of silver. Authorities had to guard against this, and penalties for counterfeiting were severe. Banking developed to handle the flow of money and to manage transactions across distances. A banker took deposits and made loans. He charged interest on loans. He could also serve as a money changer, converting one city's coins to another at a fee. Banks managed risk through diversification. They did not put all money into a single venture. They spread risk across multiple borrowers and investments. The system was not entirely secure. Bank failures happened when loans defaulted or when a run on the bank occurred, when everyone demanded their deposits at once. But banking gradually became more sophisticated and more essential to commerce. Debt was common and structured through contracts. A farmer might borrow grain at harvest, promising to repay with interest after the next harvest. A merchant might borrow money to finance a voyage, agreeing to repay with interest if the voyage succeeded. Debt could be arranged between private individuals or through formal institutions. Interest rates varied but could be substantial. A high-risk loan had higher interest. A low-risk loan had lower interest. This risk-adjusted interest rate emerged as lenders learned to price risk. Wages were sometimes paid in kind, with food or goods provided instead of money. The Roman term stipendium, a wage paid to soldiers, came from the Latin pendo, to weigh, because wages were literally weighed out in metal. Over time, the practice shifted toward money payments, which were more convenient and more flexible. Currency, banking, and financial systems were ultimately about enabling the exchange of goods across space and time, managing risk, and creating the institutions that made complex economic life possible. The accumulation of wealth through financial systems created new problems. A man who could lend money had power over men who needed to borrow. A bank that managed the financial flows of a city held influence that extended beyond mere commerce. When the state needed money for warfare, it often borrowed from wealthy individuals or institutions. This created a relationship where creditors held leverage over political decisions. A creditor could withhold loans, demand a repayment, or use the threat of financial collapse to influence policy. This tension between financial power and political authority was never fully resolved in the ancient world. Money was powerful precisely because it was universally valued, but this universality created vulnerability. If confidence in a currency collapsed, if people stopped believing a coin was worth what the state claimed, the entire system became fragile. Inflation happened when there was too much currency chasing too few goods. A ruler facing financial strain might debase currency, mixing more base metal into coins while maintaining the same face value. This increased the money supply in the short term, but eventually became apparent. Prices rose. People demanded payment in better currency. The debasement had to be hidden, or eventually it failed. Different regions used different currencies, and the exchange rates between them fluctuated. A merchant trading across multiple city-states had to understand these rates, had to account for losses when exchanging one currency for another. Money changers became necessary professionals, and they charge fees for their services. Some became wealthy and influential through this work. The sophistication of ancient financial systems was real, but it was also limited. Without modern technology, without the ability to create currency electronically, without complex derivative instruments, the ancient financial world operated at a smaller scale. But the problems were recognizable: risk, fraud, inflation, debt crises. These were ancient problems that persist in the modern world. The financial systems that emerged in the classical period created the foundations for more complex economic development in later eras. Medieval banking would build on these classical models, adapting them to new circumstances. The patterns of lending, borrowing, interest and investment that developed in ancient times would echo through centuries. Warfare in ancient Greece was woven into the fabric of society in ways that are difficult to overstate. The Greek city-states were almost constantly in conflict with one another, sometimes openly, sometimes in cold tension, always aware of the possibility of war. This was not because Greeks were uniquely warlike, but because the political structure of independent city-states created constant competition. There was no overarching authority to regulate disputes. Each polis had to defend itself or dominate others. The solution was the citizen soldier. Most free men served in the military when needed, combining warfare with other occupations. The backbone of Greek warfare was the hoplite, a citizen soldier equipped with a round shield called a hoplon, a bronze breastplate, bronze helmet, and a spear. The hoplite represented a specific understanding of warfare. The spear was the primary weapon, typically 8 to 9 feet long, held underhand or overhand. The shield provided protection, large and heavy, sometimes weighing as much as 30 pounds. A hoplite could not fight effectively alone. The entire system was based on men standing shoulder to shoulder in a formation called a phalanx. The phalanx was a rectangular block of men, typically several rows deep, sometimes 8 or more rows. When the phalanx moved forward, all the spears pointed outward. The weight and momentum of the formation was overwhelming. An enemy could not break through the shield wall easily. The shields locked together, creating a nearly impenetrable barrier. Behind the front rank, spears from the rear array, NKS extended forward, making the formation lethal from a distance. The phalanx was disciplined, coordinated, devastating in its effectiveness. But it required training, required men to stand their ground even when afraid, required understanding of signals and commands. Men had to maintain their position in the line, had to move in unison with their neighbours, had to trust that the man beside them would not abandon him. Hoplites trained regularly. They practiced formations, practiced movements, practiced responses to signals, practiced how to respond if the formation was broken. The quality of a city-state's hoplites was directly related to the resources it devoted to training. Wealthy city-states could provide more training and better equipment. The armor and weapons of a hoplite were expensive. A good bronze helmet cost more than most workers earned in a year. The breastplate was equally expensive. A citizen could not easily afford to equip himself. Sometimes the state provided equipment. Sometimes wealthier citizens provided equipment in exchange for social status or political influence. Sometimes citizens provided their own equipment, and this reflected their wealth and status. Poorer citizens might be excluded from hoplite service simply because they could not afford the equipment. These became light-armed soldiers or rowers in the navy. The mobilization for war was serious business. When a polis went to war, men had to leave their farms, their crafts, their families. The economic impact was significant. If too many men left for too long, who would work the land? Who would manage the crafts? A city-state had to balance military necessity with economic survival. Wars had to be fought quickly, or there was no one left to support the soldiers. This created pressure for quick, decisive battles rather than long campaigns. The battles themselves were often fierce but brief. Two phalanxes would advance toward one another. The spears would meet. The weight of the formations would clash. The side that held its nerve, that did not break formation and run, would likely win. Running meant death. A man who fled was exposed to attacks from behind. A man who held his line had protection from his neighbor's shields. Discipline was everything. Training taught men to stand together. The pressure to not let your neighbors down was immense. In the famous Battle of Marathon in 490 BCE, the Athenian hoplites defeated a much larger Persian force. The Athenians advanced across the plain, covering a long distance while maintaining formation. When they crashed into the Persian line, the discipline of the phalanx broke through. The Persians were routed. This victory became legendary, proof that discipline and training could overcome numbers. The triumph at Marathon was not repeated. In later conflicts, larger forces overwhelmed smaller ones. The Battle of Thermopylae, another famous engagement, saw a small force of Spartans and other Greeks hold as a narrow pass against a much larger Persian army. The story, perhaps embellished, told of discipline and courage, men holding formation despite overwhelming odds. When the Greeks eventually turned and ran, it was not due to failure of nerve, but because the position was outflanked. The Spartans continued to fight and were killed to the last man, or so the story goes. Whether the details are accurate, the message was clear. A well-disciplined force fighting defensively could hold against larger numbers. Sparta was the military powerhouse of Greece. The Spartan system dedicated itself entirely to warfare. Young men were trained from childhood for combat. Spartan soldiers were famous for their discipline, their loyalty, their willingness to fight to the death rather than retreat. A Spartan was taught that coming home without his shield or without victory was shameful. The pressure to maintain honor was immense. Other city-states respected and feared Spartan military capability. When Athens and Sparta fought directly in the Peloponnesian War, the conflict lasted for decades and devastated both cities. The war revealed that even discipline could not guarantee victory. It revealed that economics mattered. Athens, a naval power with extensive trade networks, could sustain the conflict longer than Sparta if it could protect its supply lines. Sparta, a land power with a traditional military, could not easily wage long-distance campaigns. The advantage shifted depending on where the fighting occurred. Greek warfare also included sieges. When a city refused to surrender, a siege might be necessary. Besieging forces would camp around the city, trying to cut off supplies and starve the defenders into submission. Sieges could last for months or years. They were economically devastating, as neither side could use the land for farming. The defenders suffered more than the besiegers initially. But if the siege lasted long enough, the besiegers also suffered from disease, from the strain of maintaining camp, from the difficulty of supplying an army far from home. Siege warfare was rarely quick or clean. Naval warfare was equally important for Greek city-states. Athens, in particular, developed a powerful navy. The primary warship was the trireme, a galley with 3 rows of rowers. It was fast, maneuverable, and could be rammed into enemy ships. Naval battles involved charging at enemy ships, attempting to hold them below the waterline, then withdrawing. The goal was to sink as many enemy ships as possible. Ramming was effective but required skill. The helmsman had to position the ship precisely. The rowers had to maintain perfect synchronization and speed. A mistake meant the ship could be rammed in return. Naval commanders had to train their crews constantly. The Athenian navy was powerful because Athens invested heavily in training and in building many ships. At its peak, Athens had hundreds of triremes. The naval supremacy gave Athens control of trade routes and access to resources. When Athens fought Sparta, control of the sea was crucial. Sparta had no navy initially and struggled to develop one. Athens used its naval superiority to cut off Spartan trade and supply lines. The naval advantage was temporary but crucial. Eventually, Sparta built a navy and defeated the Athenian fleet at the Battle of Aegospotami. This defeat turned the tide of the war and led to Athenian surrender. The experience showed that naval power was as important as land forces in Greek warfare. Greek armies also included cavalry. Mounted soldiers could scout, could pursue fleeing enemies, could attack from the flanks. But cavalry was less important in Greek warfare than in later periods. The terrain of Greece, often mountainous and broken, was not ideal for large cavalry formations. Cavalry was secondary to the hoplite phalanx. The equipment of Greek soldiers evolved over time. Early hoplites used spears and large round shields. Later, some soldiers adopted shorter spears and longer swords. Armor became more sophisticated, with better helmets and breastplates. Weapons improved through experimentation and innovation. What remained constant was the emphasis on discipline, on formation, on the coordinated action of many men rather than individual heroism. Greek warfare valued the collective over the individual, and this was reflected in their tactics and training. The Roman military machine was perhaps the most sophisticated military organization of the ancient world. Unlike the Greeks, who relied on citizen soldiers with limited training, Rome developed a professional standing army. Roman soldiers were paid, equipped, trained, and subjected to rigid discipline. They served for years, sometimes for decades, often for 20 or more years. They formed the permanent backbone of Roman power. The legion was the basic unit of the Roman army. A legion consisted of roughly 5,000 to 6,000 men, though this number varied over time and depending on the state of recruitment. The legion was divided into smaller units, the century, commanded by a centurion. A century was nominally 100 men, but actually varied in size, sometimes having fewer than 80 men, sometimes more than 100. A number of centuries made up a cohort, typically 10 centuries to a cohort. A number of cohorts made up the legion, typically 10 cohorts. The organization was hierarchical and rigid. Every man knew his place, his duties, his superior. This clarity of command meant that orders could be transmitted quickly through the chain of command. A commander could direct the movement of thousands of men by giving orders to a handful of senior officers. The centurion was the backbone of the legion. He was the equivalent of a modern sergeant or officer, responsible for training his century, for discipline, for execution of orders. A good centurion could make the difference between an effective unit and a weak one. The best centurions rose through the ranks, had years of experience, understood warfare intimately. The legion included not just infantry, but also support troops. There were engineers, scouts, servants, and specialists of various kinds. There were cavalry attached to the legion, used for scouting and for protecting the flanks. The total strength of a legion, including support, could be much larger than the combat troops, sometimes reaching 8,000 or 9,000 when auxiliaries and support personnel were included. A legion on the march was not just soldiers, but an entire organization with supply trains, medical personnel, and specialists. The Roman approach to recruiting and training was systematic. Men were recruited from citizens and from provincials. Training was intense and standardized. A new recruit learned to march, to maintain formation, to handle weapons, to obey commands instantly. Training included physical conditioning, weapon practice, formation drills, and building fortifications. Training could last for weeks or months. Once trained, a soldier was expected to be able to maintain formation under stress, to follow orders even when afraid, to stand his ground even when facing overwhelming opposition. The discipline was enforced through punishment. A soldier who deserted faced execution. A unit that broke formation without orders faced decimation, where 1 in 10 men was killed by their own comrades as punishment. This harsh discipline ensured that soldiers obeyed. It also ensured that soldiers understood the stakes. Disobedience meant death. Holding formation meant survival. Cowardice was punished more severely than courage was rewarded. A soldier might also be beaten by his officers if performance was inadequate. The purpose was to create absolute obedience, to eliminate hesitation. The primary weapon of the Roman soldier was the gladius, a short sword about 2 feet long. This was not a slashing weapon, but a stabbing weapon. It was designed for use in close formation. A soldier could stab forward while largely protected by his shield. The blade was sharp and designed to penetrate armor. The primary projectile weapon was the pilum, a javelin carried by most soldiers. Before engaging in close combat, soldiers would throw their pila at the enemy, attempting to inflict casualties from a distance. After throwing, they would draw their swords and engage. The pilum was designed to be difficult to reuse. The wooden shaft was thin and would bend or break when hitting armor or shields, making it unusable for the enemy. The armor of a Roman soldier was sophisticated. Early Roman soldiers wore chainmail, made of interlinking iron rings. Later soldiers wore segmented plate armor, which was lighter, more effective, and easier to repair. Helmets protected the head and neck, with various designs evolving over time. A shield called a scutum protected the body. The shield was large and rectangular, sometimes nearly as tall as a man. Shields could be locked with other shields to form a shield wall. In formation, the shields provided protection not just for one man, but for multiple men. The tactical formations of the Roman army were sophisticated and evolved over centuries. The testudo, or tortoise formation, mentioned earlier, was designed for siege situations and against missile fire. Soldiers would hold their shields in a specific pattern, overlapping them above their heads to create a protective roof. This protected against missiles coming from above, and the soldiers could advance slowly under this protection. The phalanx-like formation called the line allowed infantry to present a continuous front to the enemy. Soldiers stood in ranks, each rank supporting the ranks in front and behind, creating a solid wall that was difficult to break through. The wedge formation was used for breakthroughs, with the point of the wedge hitting the enemy line first, trying to split it open and disorder the enemy formation. The hollow square or rectangle formation provided protection from all sides, useful when surrounded or when protecting something or someone in the center. Commanders had to know when to use each formation. Flexibility was valued. Unlike the Greeks, who relied on the phalanx for most combat, Romans adapted their formations to circumstances. The legion could fight in open formations or tight formations, in lines or columns, against infantry or cavalry. This flexibility meant that Roman armies could adapt to opposition. They could respond to new weapons, new tactics, new enemies by changing their approach. If cavalry attacked, they could form a defensive square. If infantry attacked, they could form a line. If they needed to retreat, they could do so in formation without breaking. If they needed to advance, they could do so in multiple formations, all owing reserves to support frontline troops. The Roman approach to logistics was revolutionary. Armies had to be fed, supplied with water, given shelter. Large armies operating far from home required massive supply chains. The Romans developed this capability. They built supply depots, established roads, managed transportation networks. A Roman army moving across the empire could expect to find supplies at planned intervals. This logistical capability meant that Roman armies could campaign far from home for extended periods. They could sustain themselves in hostile territory. The annona system, mentioned earlier, meant that the state requisitioned grain to supply armies. Farmers across the empire had to contribute to feeding the military. This was unpopular but effective. Rome understood that military power was not just about soldiers and weapons, but about the organization that kept them fed, armed, and moving. The Roman navy was less important than the army, but it was significant. The Romans developed warships similar to Greek triremes. Naval battles were less frequent than land battles, but still important for controlling trade routes and for transporting troops. The Roman navy protected sea lanes, prevented piracy, and supported military operations. A naval blockade could cut off an enemy from supplies or reinforcements. The combination of army and navy gave Rome the ability to control the Mediterranean and the lands around it. Roman siege warfare was advanced and methodical. The Romans developed siege towers, battering rams, siege ramps, and sappers who could tunnel under our walls. They understood the importance of cutting off supplies to starving defenders into submission. A city under siege by Rome faced mounting pressure. First, the city would be surrounded, cutting off escape and resupply. Then, siege equipment would be constructed. Walls would be tested for weak points. If the city did not surrender, the Romans would begin the assault. Siege towers would be rolled forward, allowing soldiers to reach the top of the walls. Battering rams would pound at the gates and walls. Sappers would dig tunnels under the walls, trying to cause them to collapse. If it did not surrender, the city faced destruction when the walls were breached. The threat was usually enough to convince rulers to negotiate. Siege engineering was complex and required planning, construction, skills, and persistence. The combination of military hardware and organizational skill meant that no ancient city could long resist a determined Roman siege. The career of a Roman soldier could be long. A man might serve for 20 or more years. Discharge came with a pension, a plot of land, or money to establish himself in civilian life. This system meant that Rome had a supply of experienced soldiers ready to re-enlist, and also a population of veterans who understood military discipline. Veterans sometimes formed colonies, establishing themselves in conquered territories, extending Roman control. The social status of a soldier varied. Legionaries, the citizen soldiers, had a certain prestige. Auxiliaries, soldiers recruited from non-citizens, had less status. But all soldiers were better off than many civilians. Soldiers received regular pay, food, and housing. They had medical care and retirement benefits. The military offered advancement. A talented soldier could become an officer, could gain status and authority. For poor men, the military was a path to stability and advancement. This created a steady supply of recruits. The power of the Roman military came from its organization, its discipline, its logistics, and its adaptation. It was not invincible, but it was formidable. When Rome expanded, it was the military that made that expansion possible. When Rome faced crises, it was the military that held the empire together. The strength of Rome was ultimately the strength of its army. Naval warfare in the classical world was different from land warfare, but equally important. The Mediterranean was the connecting tissue of the ancient world. Controlling the sea meant controlling trade, movement, and communication. Naval power was the key to empire. The early naval powers were the Phoenicians, who built trading networks across the Mediterranean. Their ships were built for trade but could fight when necessary. Greek city-states, particularly Athens, developed navies as military instruments. The trireme was designed purely for combat, not trade. A trireme was sleek, designed for speed, with a shallow draft that allowed it to beach easily. The 3 rows of rowers provided power. Ramming was the primary tactic. 2 ships would approach one another at high speed. The attacking ship would try to hold the enemy ship below the waterline. If successful, the enemy ship would sink or be disabled. If unsuccessful, the attacking ship could be rammed in return. Ramming required precise control. The helmsman had to judge speed and angle perfectly. The crew had to maintain perfect coordination. A rowing crew that lost rhythm would lose speed and maneuverability, leaving the ship vulnerable. Training naval crews was essential. The Athenian navy was powerful because Athens trained its crews constantly. In harbours and protected bays, crews practiced manoeuvres, practiced ramming tactics, practiced responses to enemy movements. By the time they faced enemy ships in actual battle, they had performed the manoeuvres hundreds of times. A skilled crew could execute manoeuvres that appeared nearly impossible, spinning the ship, reversing course, attacking from unexpected angles. The psychological aspect of naval warfare was significant. A ship that was sinking or about to sink was demoralizing. Sailors who saw their ship failing wanted to abandon it. Officers had to maintain discipline, even as the ship was going down. The loss of ships and sailors was often heavy. Naval battles could result in hundreds or thousands of deaths, men drowning when ships sank, men being killed in combat, men simply disappearing into the sea. The brutality was hidden by the scale of the ocean. On land, bodies remained visible. At sea, they were quickly lost. Naval warfare also included transport and supply missions. Fleets carried troops, supplied armies, brought reinforcements. Control of lanes meant that one side could receive supplies while the other could not. This advantage could prove decisive in a prolonged conflict. Naval power could be fragile. A single major defeat could devastate a fleet. Rebuilding a navy took time, resources, and skilled workers. A city that lost its naval power might recover, but it would be vulnerable during the recovery period. Rome eventually developed a powerful navy. The First Punic War, fought between Rome and Carthage, was largely a naval conflict. Carthage had a long history of naval power stretching back centuries. Rome had to build a navy from scratch, learning from other powers, adapting their designs, building on a massive scale. Rome did this and eventually defeated Carthage at sea. This naval victory was crucial to Roman expansion. Without control of the sea, Rome could not transport armies across the Mediterranean, could not supply overseas provinces, could not maintain an empire. The naval power that Rome developed was impressive, but always secondary to the land army. Rome's strength came from the legion. The navy supported the legion, but did not replace it. Still, the navy was essential for projecting power across the Mediterranean and for maintaining control of conquered territories. As the Roman Empire moved into the late imperial period, the nature of warfare changed. The empire was no longer expanding. It was defending itself against increasingly organized enemies on its borders. The barbarian peoples north and east of the empire were pressing harder, seeking entry, seeking resources, seeking to escape pressure from peoples further east. The Roman military had to adapt. The old system of recruiting soldiers from citizens and training them in the legion was breaking down. There were fewer citizens willing to serve. The empire faced manpower shortages. It tried to fill the gaps by recruiting barbarians directly into the army. These soldiers brought different traditions, different loyalties, different understanding of warfare. They were effective soldiers, but less invested in the Roman system than citizen soldiers had been. They fought differently, relied more on individual prowess than discipline formation. The empire also made increasing use of federati, allied peoples who fought alongside Roman armies in exchange for pay or land. This meant that the armies defending Rome included increasing numbers of non-Romans. By the 5th century, many of the armies fighting under the Roman banner included more barbarians than Romans. The quality of Roman training declined. With manpower shortages and the need for rapid recruitment, there was less time for the intensive training that had made Roman soldiers formidable. New soldiers learned the basics, but did not reach the level of expertise of soldiers trained in the classical period. They could not achieve the coordination that made the legion so effective. The legion itself changed. The old legion, with its rigid organization and disciplined tactics, could not always compete with the fluid tactics of barbarian cavalry. The infantry-based tactics that had worked against similar opponents were less effective against enemies who fought differently. Cavalry became more important. Tactics shifted toward more flexible organizations, toward greater reliance on cavalry, toward smaller unit actions rather than massive coordinated assaults. The late imperial army was still formidable, but it was stretched thin. Defending a frontier thousands of miles long required spreading limited forces across that frontier. A breakthrough at one point meant that defenders had to be pulled from another point. This created vulnerabilities everywhere. In the 4th century, emperors like Diocletian and Valentinian I attempted to strengthen frontier defences. New forts were built. Garrisons were reinforced. The attempt was to create a solid barrier against barbarian incursions. This strategy had some success, but it was expensive and never fully successful. Pressure on the frontier was constant and relentless. By the late 4th and 5th centuries, the strategy of maintaining a defensive frontier was failing. The Germanic peoples, the Goths, the Vandals, and others were pressing harder. Rome could not match their numbers. Rome could not reinforce its armies fast enough. The frontier began to collapse. Barbarian peoples crossed into the empire, and Rome could not expel them. The Western Roman Empire eventually fell, not because it was defeated in a single great battle, but because the military system that had sustained the empire broke down. The army could no longer defend the frontier. The empire fragmented. The Eastern Empire, with its capital at Constantinople, continued for another 1,000 years. It maintained stronger armies, controlled more resources, had shorter borders to defend. But the Western Empire, which was the original heartland of Rome, fell apart. Warlords and barbarian kings took over different territories. The unified military system dissolved into chaos. Medieval warfare was born from the collapse of the Roman military system. The barbarian kingdoms that replaced Rome did not have the resources, the organization, or the manpower to maintain large standing armies. Instead, they relied on mounted warriors, knights, who provided military service in exchange for land. The knight became the dominant military figure in medieval warfare. A knight was an expensive proposition. The horse alone was costly, sometimes as expensive as small farm. The armour and weapons were expensive, requiring years of work to create. The training took years, starting in childhood and continuing into adulthood. Only wealthy men could afford to become knights. In exchange, they received land or income that allowed them to maintain themselves and their equipment. A knight owed military service to his lord, typically a certain number of days per year, sometimes 40 days, sometimes more. This arrangement was feudalism, and it created the military structure of the medieval period. A knight was also expected to conduct himself according to a code, the Code of Chivalry. This code emphasized loyalty, courage, honor, and protection of the weak. Whether knights actually followed this code was another question, but the ideal was important. The knight was not the only soldier. Peasant levies provided infantry, though they were less trained and less effective than professional knights. These were farmers forced to fight, given minimal training, sent into battle with whatever weapons they could obtain. Archers provided missile fire, though their role evolved over time. In early medieval periods, archers were less important than in later periods. By the late medieval period, the longbow and crossbow had become formidable weapons that could pierce armor and change the outcomes of battles. Siege equipment and siege warfare were important aspects of medieval conflict. Castles became dominant military structures. A castle was both a residence and a military stronghold. It could withstand siege and serve as a base for military operations. The construction and maintenance of castles was expensive. Only wealthy lords could afford to build and maintain them. This created a military landscape where power was based on control of territory and fortified positions. This power structure, the castle and its lord, became the organizing principle of medieval feudalism. Feudalism was not a unified system imposed from above, but rather a collection of local arrangements that developed gradually as central authority collapsed. The system was built on relationships of obligation and protection. A lord held land, often granted to him by a more powerful lord, and in exchange for control of that land, he owed military service or payment to his superior. The granting of land, called a fief, was ceremonial and significant. A vassal would kneel before his lord and place his hands between the lord's hands in a gesture of submission and promise. The lord would place his hands over the vassal's hands, accepting the vassal's homage. This ceremony, the ritual of feudal relationship, created bonds that were expected to be lasting. Below the lord were vassals, men of considerable status who had sworn loyalty to the lord and received land in return. These vassals could themselves be lords to lower-ranking vassals, creating a pyramid of obligation that stretched from the king at the top down to the smallest landholders. A vassal's obligation was to provide military service, typically a certain number of knights or soldiers, for a specified period each year. The vassal also provided counsel, attending the lord's court, advising on matters of importance. A vassal might also provide financial support when the lord needed money, particularly in emergencies. In return, the lord provided protection and justice. The lord heard disputes involving his vassals and rendered judgment. The lord defended his vassals against external threats. If a vassal's land was attacked, the lord was expected to come to his aid. At the bottom of this structure were the peasants, sometimes called serfs or villeins, who worked the land and owed service to their local lord. The word serf comes from the Latin servus, meaning slave. But medieval serfs were not quite slaves in the classical sense. They could not be bought and sold separately from the land, but they could not be removed from the land either. A serf belonged to the manor, the estate worked and managed by the lord. In exchange for protection and the right to work land, serfs owed the lord a portion of their harvest, labour service, and obedience to his rules. This was not a relationship between equals, but it was a relationship with recognised obligations on both sides. The feudal system meant that power was distributed, not centralised. A king might rule in theory, but practical authority lay with regional lords. These lords controlled their own territories, made their own laws, and maintained their own armies. When the king needed military support, he had to call on his vassals. When a vassal needed protection, he looked to his lord. This system created stability in a world where centralized government had collapsed, but it also meant fragmentation. Different regions developed different customs. Inheritance worked differently in different places. The rights and obligations of lords and vassals varied. Some areas developed stronger feudal systems than others. In France, feudalism became highly developed and elaborate, with multiple layers of lords and vassals creating complex networks of obligation. In England, the Normans imposed a more organized version, establishing a stronger central authority. In Germany and Italy, the system remained looser and more decentralized, with numerous local lords competing for power. The Middle East and parts of Eastern Europe had different systems entirely, with Byzantine influences or Islamic systems shaping their political structures differently. Understanding medieval feudalism requires recognizing these regional variations, but also understanding the core logic. Power flowed through relationships of loyalty and land. A man without land had no power. A man who controlled land had authority over those who worked it. The castle, expensive to build and maintain, demonstrated that authority visibly. The expense of feudalism was significant. A lord had to maintain a force of knights, and knights were expensive. A knight required a horse, armor, weapons, and support staff. Training and equipping knights consumed substantial resources. A castle required constant maintenance. Walls had to be repaired, buildings had to be maintained, servants had to be fed. A castle employed numerous people, from soldiers and guards to servants, craftspeople, and administrators. The income to support all this came from the land and from the peasants who worked it. The pressure on peasants to produce enough to support their lord was constant and sometimes overwhelming. The village was the basic unit of peasant life, a settlement centered around the lord's manor house or castle and the local church. These villages varied in size, from a few dozen people to several hundred. The houses were clustered together, often for protection, with fields extending outward. Most villages followed a similar basic pattern. At the center, or near the center, stood the church, the tallest and most substantial building in the village. Beside it, or nearby, was the manor house, the residence of the lord or his representative. Around these stood the houses of the peasants, modest structures built of wood, stone, or a mixture of materials depending on what was locally available. Beyond the houses lay the fields, divided into long strips that were worked by the peasants. Beyond the paths, fields lay forests, pastures, and wastelands that belonged to the lord, but were used communally by the villagers for gathering wood, hunting small game, and grazing animals. The daily life of a peasant was governed by the agricultural calendar and the demands of the lord. In spring, the fields had to be ploughed. This was communal work, often done cooperatively because the plough required multiple people to handle it. Ploughing was heavy physical labour, turning the soil to prepare it for planting. After ploughing came planting, scattering seeds across the prepared fields. Summer brought the work of tending the crops, pulling weeds, watching for pests and disease. The peasants worked in the fields of the lord on specific days each week, fulfilling their labour obligation. They also worked their own, small plots, though these were less extensive and less productive than the lord's fields. The distinction was important. The lord's fields came first, the peasants' fields came second. Harvest was intense, urgent work. The crops had to be gathered before they could be damaged by weather or pests. Everyone worked long hours during harvest. The grain had to be cut, bundled, and transported. Threshing came later, separating the grain from the chaff. The grain was stored for winter use and sale. After harvest came the obligation to pay the lord his share. The peasant might owe a portion of the harvest, perhaps a third or more. This left the peasant with grain to sustain his family through the winter, and perhaps enough to sell at market for cash. But there was little margin for error. A poor harvest meant hunger. A generous lord might forgive or reduce the obligation in hard times. A harsh lord would demand full payment regardless. Winter was a quieter season. Farming work slowed. Animals had to be cared for, fed through the winter on stored hay and fodder. The peasant might work on improvements to the homestead, repair tools, or perform other tasks. For many peasants, winter also meant more time in the house, gathered around a fire for warmth, perhaps working at crafts by firelight. The peasant's house was simple and small by modern standards. A typical structure might be a single room or divided into two areas, one for living and cooking, one for sleeping and storage. The walls were made of wood or stone depending on the region and the peasant's resources. The roof was thatched with straw or reeds. There was usually a hearth for cooking and warmth, the smoke escaping through a hole in the roof. A window, if there was one, was small and covered with wooden shutters or animal skin rather than glass, which was expensive. Furniture was minimal. A wooden table, benches, storage chests for tools and grain, a bed or sleeping platform. Most peasants shared living space with their animals, which provided warmth in winter, but also created sanitation challenges. The floor was typically packed earth, covered with straw or rushes that were changed periodically. The organization of work in the village was communal in many ways. The peasants worked the lord's fields according to a schedule. They helped each other with major tasks like harvesting. They shared tools that were expensive for individuals to own. They grazed animals on common pasture. The commons, the land not divided into private plots, belonged to the village community and was managed collectively. Rules governed how many animals each peasant could graze, when common land could be used, and how disputes would be resolved. The village community had authority to enforce these rules, though the lord's representative oversaw disputes and ensured compliance with the lord's demands. Peasant women worked alongside men in the fields during harvest, but typically had responsibility for managing the household, food preparation, and caring for children. Women often managed vegetable gardens and kept animals like chickens or goats that provided food for the family. The work was unending. Cooking meant starting fires, hauling water, grinding grain, preparing food without the benefit of modern convenience. Grinding grain into flour was heavy work, using a quern, a simple hand mill with two circular stones. The upper stone was turned by hand against the lower stone. Grain fed between them emerged as flour. This grinding was time-consuming and required strength. Bread was baked once or twice a week in a communal oven that belonged to the lord, and peasants paid a fee to use it. Caring for children without modern medicine meant constant attention to their needs. The care of livestock also fell largely to women and children. The goats and chickens had to be fed and watered daily. The milk from goats had to be processed into cheese, which could be stored and would provide nutrition through winter. Butter was made by churning milk in a wooden churn, labor-intensive but necessary work. Many peasant women also contributed labor to textile production, spinning wool or flax into thread that could be woven into cloth. Wool had to be carded to align the fibers, then spun on a spindle. The spindle twisted the fibers into thread. Spinning was something women could do while sitting, while watching children, or while performing other tasks, making it compatible with household duties. Finished thread was sold or exchanged at markets, providing supplementary income for the family. Peasant life was hard, physically demanding, and offered little effort. Yet villages were communities. People knew each other intimately. There was support during illness or hardship, though that support was often informal and limited. Children grew up surrounded by extended family, neighbors, and the rhythms of agricultural work. Religious life provided structure and meaning. The church calendar marked the year with holy days and festivals when work was forbidden and the community gathered for celebration. Marriages, birth ceremonies, and burial rites created continuity and marked transitions. The village was a world, and for most peasants, it was the only world they knew. The tools they used were simple and had changed little over centuries. The plough was the essential tool, a heavy wooden implement pulled by oxen or sometimes horses. The plough had a blaw, that cut into the earth, and a mouldboard that turned the soil. A good plough required maintenance, replacement of broken parts, and considerable strength to operate. The hoe, the sickle, and the flail were other essential tools. Grain was cut with a sickle, a curved blade on a short handle. The flail, used for threshing, was two wooden pieces connected by leather or cord. A worker held one piece and swung it to strike the grain. The separation of grain from chaff was laborious. Winnowing was done by throwing the grain in the air and letting the wind carry away the lighter chaff. All of this work was done by hand, by human muscle combined with animal power. The medieval agricultural system evolved from Roman agriculture but was adapted to new conditions. The manorial system, as it developed, was based on shared resources and mutual obligation. The basic principle was the three-field system. The village was divided into three large fields. One field was planted with a spring crop, typically barley or oats. One field was planted with a winter crop, typically wheat. One field was left fallow, unused, to allow the soil to recover fertility. Each year, the crops rotated to different fields. This rotation prevented the same nutrients from being depleted from the same soil year after year. It also provided flexibility in what could be grown and allowed some land to rest. The fallow field was sometimes used for pasturing animals, which deposited manure, that enriched the soil. The three-field system was an improvement over the older two-field system used earlier in the medieval period. More land could be cultivated if only a third lay fallow rather than a half. The system was possible only if the peasants cooperated, because the fields were used communally, even though different individuals owned different strips within them. The innovation of the heavy plough, with its iron-shod blade and mouldboard, was crucial to medieval agriculture. This plough could turn the heavy clay soils of northern Europe effectively. Earlier light ploughs had been designed for the lighter soils of the Mediterranean. In northern Europe, where medieval civilization was increasingly centered, the heavy plough made agriculture more productive. The plough required a team of animals to pull it, typically oxen because they were stronger than horses, though slower. Oxen needed pasture and fodder. The commons, the communal grazing land, provided pasture. Hay cut during summer and stored provided winter fodder. The system depended on adequate commons for grazing animals necessary to operate ploughs. This created pressure to preserve the commons even as lords tried to expand their private land. The introduction of the horse collar, probably borrowed from Asian civilizations, made horses more efficient at pulling ploughs and carts. Horses were faster than oxen, making it possible to farm more land in a season. Horses required grain feed, which meant some agricultural production had to be devoted to feeding animals rather than people. But the increased productivity and speed meant that horses gradually replaced oxen in northern Europe. The consequences of these agricultural innovations were significant. More land could be farmed, more food could be produced. The population could grow. This growth actually happened, particularly in the high medieval period between roughly the 11th and 13th centuries. Villages expanded. New villages were established in previously uncultivated areas. Forests were cleared to create farmland. Marshes were drained. The landscape was transformed by human effort. This expansion required labor. It also required investment, tools, and seed. Lords funded the expansion because it increased the value of their lands and the amount they could collect in taxes and obligations. Peasants participated in clearing and settling new ley, NDS, sometimes in exchange for promises of better terms or freedom from some obligations. The expansion eventually reached its limits. By the 13th century, most available agricultural land had been brought into use. Further expansion would have required moving to marginal lands where productivity was lower. At the same time, the growth in population meant that holdings per person were shrinking. A peasant family that had sufficient land to survive comfortably in one generation might find themselves crowded in the next. The pressure on peasant resources would eventually contribute to social tensions and conflicts in the later medieval period. The medieval town was a different world entirely, though connected to the villages around it through trade and movement of people. Towns existed for commerce and defence, established often at river crossings, natural harbours, or strategic locations that made them valuable for trade or military purposes. A town was surrounded by walls, built for protection against attack, but also to control access and movement. Gates in the walls controlled who entered and exited. Guards at the gates could tax goods coming in, enforce the lord's rules, and prevent unauthorized people from entering. Within the walls, buildings were packed closely together. Streets were narrow and often winding, following the natural terrain or the lines of earlier fortifications. The physical layout reflected the age of the town and the growth it had experienced. Older towns had irregular street patterns. Planned towns, laid out by a lord who wanted to establish a new settlement, had more regular grids. The main street or marketplace was the commercial heart of the town. Here merchants displayed goods, craftsmen worked at their trades, money changers operated, and people gathered to socialize. Market days were significant events. People from surrounding villages came to buy and sell, bringing their produce and taking away manufactured goods. The bustle and noise of a market day was intense. Animals were brought to be traded. Goods were displayed, examined, haggled over. The smells of livestock, unwashed people, cooking food, and human waste mingled. The sounds of haggling, animals, and people calling out their wares filled the air. Merchants shouted their wares, families argued over prices, children ran through the chaos. The sounds continued into evening as people settled accounts, shared meals, and found lodging. Inns and taverns provided accommodation and food. The tavern was a social centre where people gathered to drink, eat, and exchange news. A town had a greater diversity of buildings than a village. Larger houses of wealthy merchants or officials had stone walls and multiple stories. Smaller houses of artisans and labourers were built of wood or half timber with plaster. Some buildings served dual purposes, with a shop or workshop on the ground floor and living quarters above. The density of building in towns meant that fire was a constant danger. A fire in one building could spread rapidly through adjacent wooden structures. Most towns had established rules about building materials and fire prevention. Water for fighting fire had to be available, so cisterns and wells were important infrastructure. Towns also needed infrastructure for waste disposal. Sewage ran through streets or was collected in designated areas. The smell and sanitation problems of medieval towns were significant. Wealthy people tried to live in the healthier parts of town, away from the worst odours and waste. The poor lived in more crowded, less sanitary conditions. Rats, flies, and other vermin thrived in the filthy conditions. Town life was denser, more complex, more commercial than village life. A person in a town was more likely to encounter strangers. More transactions involved money rather than barter or obligation. More crafts were practiced. More specialized trades existed because the concentration of population could support them. A village might have a blacksmith and a miller. A town would have multiple metalworkers, carpenters, stonemasons, leatherworkers, weavers, bakers, brewers, and dozens of other specialists. These craftspeople lived and worked in the town, dependent on the market to purchase their goods. They competed with each other, but they also cooperated through guild associations that regulated their trades. Towns were not centers of learning and culture in the medieval period, though some larger towns had monasteries or cathedral schools that kept learning alive. Most medieval people, whether in town or village, were illiterate. Reading and writing were skills of monks, clergy, and a handful of merchants. The Catholic Church was the institution that preserved literacy and learning during the early medieval period. In towns, the local church or cathedral was a major building, often the largest structure. It served as the spiritual center of the community, provided sanctuary in times of danger, and was the site of important community events. Bishops and major clergy wielded significant authority. The church collected tithes, taxes paid in kind or cash that provided substantial income. The church was also a landowner. Many monasteries and bishoprics controlled large estates worked by peasants similar to those on secular lords' lands. The relationship between church authority and secular authority was often tense. The church claimed spiritual authority and independence from secular rulers. Secular rulers claimed authority to appoint church officials and expected the church to support their authority. This tension played out differently in different regions and at different times. In some places, the church was clearly subordinate to the secular lord. In others, the church challenged secular authority. The evolution of this relationship shaped medieval politics. The church also provided practical services that secular authorities could not. The church maintained charitable institutions, provided hospitality, tied to travelers, cared for the sick, educated children, and preserved knowledge. Monasteries developed agricultural techniques and managed forests. Monks worked in communities, supported by the manual labor of peasants and by the produce of monastic lands. The religious life provided an alternative to secular society. A person unhappy with their position in the world, a younger son who would inherit nothing, a woman seeking escape from marriage could enter the church. Monks and nuns lived under strict rules, in communities, with their own hierarchies and obligations. The monastic life was disciplined and demanding, but it offered security and purpose. The religious calendar structured time in ways that governed daily life. The church year was marked by holy days, celebrating Christian even, Ataz. Holy days were holidays when work was forbidden. Major holy days like Christmas and Easter were celebrated with feasts and festivities. The period of Lent before Easter involved fasting and penance. Pentecost, celebrated 50 days after Easter, marked the descent of the Holy Spirit. Saints' days throughout the year celebrated specific holy figures. Each Saints' Day had its own character and traditions. The local parish church would hold services on these days, and people gathered for prayer and celebration. Religious processions moved through towns and villages at significant times of the year. These processions were communal events where the entire community participated, carrying religious objects, singing hymns, expressing collective devotion. Pilgrimages brought people from distant places to visit holy sites where relics of saints were housed. A pilgrimage might be an act of devotion, a penance for sin, or a petition for divine intervention in a personal crisis. Pilgrims travelled to sites of renowned holiness, enduring hardship and expense to reach them. Jerusalem was the most distant and most prestigious pilgrimage destination, though few common people could undertake such a journey. Santiago de Compostela in Spain and Rome were more accessible pilgrimage sites that attracted followers from across Europe. The journeys were dangerous and difficult, but the spiritual reward was believed to justify the hardship. The mixing of Christian theology with older folk beliefs created a religion that was comprehensible to common people. Official church theology could be abstract and complex, but the religion practiced by common people was more immediate and personal. Saints provided intermediaries between ordinary people and God. People prayed to saints for specific needs. St. George was invoked for protection. St. Anne was prayed to for fertility. St. Peter was invoked for prosperity. St. Sebastian was prayed to for protection from illness. Relics of saints had miraculous properties. A piece of cloth that had touched a saint's body, a bone from a saint's skeleton, or another object associated with a saint could perform miracles. Relic collections in churches were valued possessions. Pilgrims came to pray at relics, hoping for healing or divine favour. Unscrupulous traders manufactured false relics, claiming that a bone was from a saint when it actually came from a common animal. Despite this fraud, the practice persisted because belief in the power of relics was deeply held. Pilgrimages to see relics, to pray at holy sites, were acts of devotion that might bring divine favour or healing. A successful pilgrimage to a holy site was believed to bring spiritual benefits. The burden of sin could be reduced through pilgrimage. An illness might be healed. A personal crisis might be resolved. These beliefs were not unique to medieval Christianity, but they were central to how the religion was practiced. As towns grew and commerce expanded, medieval society began to change. Trade networks that had collapsed in the early medieval period were gradually rebuilt. The Mediterranean trade resumed as Islamic expansion stabilized and Christian powers gained confidence. Trade with Islamic ports and eventually with Asia provided exotic goods, spices, silks, and other luxuries. Overland routes through Central Asia connected Europe with distant markets. The volume of trade was small compared to modern commerce, but it was significant enough to create wealth for merchants and demand for urban centres. Spices were particularly valuable because they had multiple uses. They flavoured food, helped preserve meat, and had medicinal properties attributed to them. A merchant who could obtain spices from the East, tea, and transport them to Europe could make enormous profits. Italian trading cities like Venice, Genoa, and Florence grew wealthy through maritime trade. These cities developed banking systems, created credit instruments, and established networks of merchants across the Mediterranean and beyond. Venice, in particular, maintained trading posts in the Mediterranean and the Black Sea, controlling access to Eastern trade. The competition between these city-states was intense. They fought naval wars to protect their trading monopolies. They cooperated when necessary, but always sought advantage. These cities developed institutions that went beyond simple trade. Banks provided credit. Insurance systems spread risk. Partnerships allowed merchants to pool resources. These financial innovations create capital that could be invested in larger ventures. A merchant could borrow money from a bank to finance a trading expedition, repay the loan from profits, and invest additional profits in the next venture. The growth of commerce in towns created opportunities for people to leave their peasant status. A peasant who escaped to a town and lived there without being reclaimed by the Lord for a year and a day might gain freedom. This promise of freedom attracted peasants to towns. The population of towns grew as a result. This growth created more demand for goods and services, supporting more merchants, craftspeople, and service workers. Towns attracted craftspeople, merchants, servants, and others seeking to improve their status. This mobility, limited as it was compared to modern society, created alternatives to the feudal hierarchy. Craftspeople in towns organized into guilds, associations that controlled entry to the trade, established standards, and set prices. A young person wanting to learn a trade entered as an apprentice. working without pay for several years to learn the craft. After apprenticeship came journeyman status, where the worker was paid but not yet independent. A journeyman could establish his own workshop and become a master if he had the capital, and could create a masterpiece acceptable to the guild. This system created a hierarchy within the craft, but it also created opportunity for advancement. A talented apprentice could work his way up to master status. The guild system meant that standards were maintained, but it also meant that guilds had monopole, eyes on their trades, and could restrict competition. Someone outside the guild could not practice the trade in the town. This protection benefited guild members, but also prevented competition and innovation. Guilds were male-dominated. Though some guilds allowed widows to continue a deceased husband's business, women could work as servants, as assistants in family businesses, or in textile production, but they were largely excluded from guild membership and the status and security it provided. The revival of trade and growth of towns happened unevenly. Some regions prospered, while others remained rural and agrarian. Monasteries and the church also participated in trade and commerce, creating tension between spiritual ideals and commercial practice. The growth was interrupted by wars, by political instability, and by natural disasters. But the overall trend through the medieval period was toward more trade, more towns, more commercial activity. This created the foundations for the more commercialized economies of the later medieval period and the early modern period. The guild system represented a revolutionary approach to organizing labor. A guild was a legal entity with corporate rights, with authority over those who practiced the trade. The guild established rules for apprentice training, set prices members could charge, and ensured quality by requiring specified materials and methods. The guild arranged care for widows and orphans of members, creating a kind of insurance. Guild membership conferred status and security. A master craftsman had the backing of his guild in disputes and competition, and his goods were implicitly certified as acceptable quality. The system worked because cities were small enough for guilds to monitor compliance. A metal worker who used inferior materials could be discovered and punished through fines, destruction of goods, or expulsion. By the later medieval period, guilds became increasingly powerful and restrictive, limiting apprentices to keep competition down and excluding women and outsiders. This monopolistic aspect created stability that allowed craftspeople to invest in their trade, confident that the guild would protect their interests. By the late medieval period, the guild system had become so restrictive that entry into a trade required not just talent and willingness to work, but also connections and capital. A young person from a poor family, no matter how skilled, might find the apprenticeship fees prohibitive and the guild masters unwilling to accept outsiders. This exclusivity worked against innovation and change. The guilds, designed to maintain quality and stability, now function more as barriers to progress. They protected their members, but stifled the flexibility and experimentation that would eventually drive the commercial revolution beyond the guild system's reach. Trade and commercial activity, however, continued to expand despite the guild restrictions. By the 12th and 13th centuries, the volume of trade was increasing significantly. Italian merchant cities had established trading networks that extended across the Mediterranean and into Asia through overland routes crossing Central Asia. Venice controlled much of the trade with the Islamic world and the Byzantine Empire through its position as a Mediterranean power. Genoa competed for similar advantages through its own naval strength and trading posts. These cities grew wealthy not just from the trade goods themselves, but from the financial systems they developed to support commerce. The profits from acting as intermediaries, from lending money, from ensuring shipments, and from providing financial services often exceeded the profits from the goods themselves. Money lending at interest, forbidden by the Christian Church in many contexts, was practiced by Jewish merchants and by Christian merchants who found ways around the prohibition. Bills of exchange allowed a merchant to deposit money in one city and withdraw it in another, without the physical danger of transporting coins. This innovation made long-distance trade far more practical and secure. A merchant could travel to distant markets, knowing that his money was safer in letters than in coins. Insurance developed to protect against the loss of ships and cargo. A merchant could pay a premium to an insurer who would compensate him if his goods were lost at sea. This spread risk across multiple ventures and merchants, making large trading expeditions more feasible. Trade fairs became crucial marketplaces where merchants from different regions gathered to buy and sell goods. The fairs in Champagne in northeastern France became famous gathering places where Italian merchants met merchants from northern Europe, exchanging Mediterranean and Eastern goods for goods from the north and west. These fairs operated according to established rules, with regulations governing what could be sold, fair weights and measures, dispute resolution, and taxation. The fair was temporary but organized, establishing a predictable environment where merchants could conduct business with confidence. The goods exchanged in medieval trade were diverse and valuable. Spices from Asia were among the most profitable. Pepper, cloves, cinnamon, Monday, and nutmeg came from islands in Southeast Asia through intermediaries in India and the Islamic world. These spices were expensive because they had to pass through multiple hands and travel vast distances. They were valued for flavoring food, preserving meat, and for medicinal properties. Beyond spices came silk, another product from Asia that commanded high prices. Silk fabric was luxurious, durable, and beautiful. It was used for clothing by the wealthy, for religious vestments, and for diplomatic gifts. The supply came through long overland routes, particularly the Silk Road through Central Asia, which was travelled by merchants willing to endure the difficulty and danger. Textiles from Europe were exported eastward. Woolen cloth from Flanders was of high quality and in demand. Venice, and Genoa manufactured their own cloth, but they also acted as intermediaries, purchasing cloth from northern Europe and selling it eastward. Glass from Venice was famous and travelled throughout Europe and beyond. Venetian glassmakers kept their techniques secret, protecting a monopoly that brought wealth to the city. Wine, olive oil, and grain moved through maritime trade in significant quantities. Tin from Cornwall, amber from the Baltic, furs from northern regions all found their way into trade networks. These goods were not luxuries for the wealthy alone. They included everyday items that improved quality of life, though the poorest people had access only to the most basic goods. The infrastructure of trade expanded to support this commerce. Ports developed facilities for loading and unloading ships with specialized equipment for moving heavy cargo. Warehouses stored goods awaiting sale, protected from weather and theft by strong structures and hired guards. Taverns and inns accommodated merchants staying in trading cities, providing meals, beds, and information about market conditions. Banking houses operated to facilitate transactions and provide credit, holding deposits and issuing letters of credit that could be transferred between merchants. Notaries created written contracts and witnessed agreements, providing legal documentation for complex transactions. A network of merchants, agents, representatives, and brokers connected distant places through letters, messages, and personal networks that often passed through multiple intermediaries. Information about price, conditions in distant markets, and political developments was valuable intelligence. A merchant who knew that crop failures in the East would make spices more expensive could buy heavily before prices rose, profiting from advanced knowledge. A merchant who knew that a war was coming could adjust his trading strategy, avoiding regions about to be disrupted by conflict or capitalizing on demand for military supplies. The communication was slow by modern standards, but faster than the physical movement of goods. A letter might take months to cross the Mediterranean, but information could travel through a network of merchants faster than ships could carry goods. Merchants sitting in trading cities could gather information from many sources, integrating reports from distant regions into a sense of market conditions and opportunities. This information advantage was valuable, and merchants who maintained extensive networks had advantages over those who worked in isolation. A merchant with agents in multiple ports could coordinate purchases and sales, buying where prices were low and selling where prices were high, profiting from price differences created by information asymmetry. The growth of trade meant the growth of cities. Ports expanded to handle more ships and cargo. Market towns grew as centers of commerce. Florence, Venice, Genoa, and other Italian cities became major powers not through military conquest, but through commercial wealth. Their merchants invested in building impressive churches, walls, and public buildings that displayed their wealth and power. They employed artists and commissioned works that reflected their status and refined taste. Wealth from trade eventually converted to political power. Wealthy merchants bought land, established themselves as local nobility, and became involved in political decisions. In some cases, merchant families like the Medici in Florence became the actual rulers of their cities, combining commercial interests with political authority. The wealth of these trading cities influenced their political independence and power. They could afford to hire armies, build and maintain fortifications, and conduct diplomacy from positions of strength. A city that controlled valuable trade could become more powerful than a feudal lord who controlled agricultural land. This shift in the basis of power, from land to commerce, gradually changed the structure of medieval society. It did not happen quickly or uniformly, but it was a profound change that would eventually transform Europe. The knight embodied the feudal military system, a man trained from childhood for combat, equipped with expensive armor and weapons, mounted on a powerful horse. Knighthood was not simply a military role, it was a social status with legal and cultural significance. A knight had rights and privileges, owed loyalty to a lord in exchange for land or payment, and was expected to live by a code of conduct that emphasized honor, loyalty, and martial virtue. The training for knighthood began early and represented a significant investment in time and resources. A boy of noble birth might enter service in the household of a lord at age 7 as a page. As a page, the boy performed menial tasks, but he was also learning courtly manners, basic literacy and numeracy if he was fortunate, and the fundame, and tools of combat through play and games that taught coordination and courage. Pages served in the halls and chambers, learning to dress properly, to address nobility with correct titles and deference, and to understand the complex social hierarchy that governed noble society. By age 14, a promising page might be promoted to squire, the rank of apprentice knight. A squire served a knight directly, learning to handle weapons, manage horses, and perform the duties of a warrior. The squire accompanied the knight in tournaments and eventually in actual military campaigns, providing physical assistance while observing and learning from an experienced warrior. Through practice and experience, the squire developed skill with sword, lance, and other weapons, gradually building the muscle memoire and tactical understanding needed for effectiveness. The training was physical and often brutal. Strength and endurance had to be developed through constant practice. A young squire might spend hours daily riding, training with weapons, practicing the maneuvers that would be needed in combat, falling from a horse in full armor, learning to get up, remounting without help, riding while holding a lance steady. All these skills had to be practiced until they became automatic. By his late teens or early 20s, a squire who had proven himself capable and courageous could be formally made a knight through a ceremony that might be performed by a lord or a bishop. The ceremony invested him with the status and privileges of knighthood. often accompanied by religious ritual and sometimes by AF, East, celebrating the new knight's elevation. A squire who showed promise but remained with a lord without being formally knighted was still called a knight in practice, though without the formal status that provided legal and social recognition. The equipment of a knight represented a significant investment. A suit of plate armor could take months to craft and cost enough to purchase a substantial farm or support a small village for a year. The armor protected against sword blows, but it was heavy and restricted movement significantly. A knight in full plate armor weighed down by perhaps 60 pounds of steel had to be extremely strong to move effectively. The armor was not solid metal but articulated at joints, allowing movement at the hips, knees, shoulders, and elbows. Even so, the weight and restriction required specialized training and physical conditioning. Training began without armor, then progressed to increasingly heavy protective gear as the squire developed strength and skill. A squire learned to move in armor, to fall safely without injuring himself, to rise from the ground without assistance. The helmet was particularly important, protecting the head and face, but restricting vision and hearing significantly. A fully armored knight relied on peripheral vision and sound to navigate, a significant limitation that training helped overcome. Different helmet designs were used for different purposes. Some provided visibility and hearing, sacrificing some protection. Others maximized protection at the cost of visibility. A knight would wear different helmet styles for different situations. Beneath the plate armor was padding and leather, layers called an arming doublet, designed to distribute the impact of blows and prevent the armor from cutting into the skin. This padding was crucial because the armor could focus impact energy dangerously if the body beneath was unprotected. Armorers developed increasingly sophisticated designs to maximize both protection and mobility. The sword was the knight's primary weapon. A medieval sword was designed for the close combat of armored warriors, not the thin blades of movies. Medieval swords were relatively short, heavy enough to cut through armor joints or bash an opponent, with a hilt designed for a gloved hand. Different styles evolved for different fighting techniques and armor types. The lance was the weapon of mounted combat, a long spear held at the knight's side in his right hand. Its point aimed at an opponent as the knight charged. A successful lance strike could knock an opponent from his horse or drive him backward. The impact of a heavy horse and armored rider, charging at full speed, was tremendous. Medieval knights trained constantly with the lance, practicing on stationary targets and eventually against other knights. Tournaments provided both training and entertainment. Knights competed against each other in controlled combat scenarios. A joust was a one-on-one competition where two knights charged each other on horseback, attempting to strike each other with lances in controlled circumstances. A melee was a group competition resembling a small battle, with teams of knights fighting each other in a more chaotic but still regulated fashion. Tournaments were expensive events requiring fields, stands for spectators, and officials to manage the competition. They were popular with nobility and attracted crowds of people seeking entertainment. Prizes were awarded for skill and victory, and a successful tournament knight could gain wealth and prestige. Tournaments served training purposes, developing the skills needed in actual warfare, but they also functioned as social events and displays of power. A noble who could sponsor a grand tournament displayed his wealth and status. A knight who performed well in tournaments gained fame and opportunity. The feudal contract between knight and lord included mutual obligations. The knight owed military service, a specified number of days per year typically, during which he was expected to make himself available for his lord's military needs. If the lord was engaged in a war or needed to defend his territory, the knight was obligated to serve. The knight also owed counsel, advising the lord on matters of importance. The knight might be expected to serve as an administrator of the lord's lands or as a judge hearing disputes. The knight owed loyalty, a commitment to support the lord's interests and not betray him to enemies. In return, The lord granted the knight a fief, land that provided income and supported the knight's status. The amount of land varied, but it was typically enough to generate sufficient income to support the knight's military equipment and household. A knight required servants and support staff. Someone had to care for the knight's horses, maintain his equipment, and manage his household. A knight might have a squire or a young man learning to be a knight, whose service was part of his training. A knight might employ blacksmiths to maintain his equipment, armourers to repair his armour, and grooms to care for his horses. A knight's household extended beyond immediate servants. His wife, if he was married, managed the household and the domestic space. Children, other relatives, and dependents occupied the knight's residence. The knight's wife sometimes managed his lands and made decisions in his absence. If the knight was away on military service or on a journey, his wife held authority and responsibility for the fief. The knight's status brought expectations about behaviour and conduct. The ideal of chivalry developed over the medieval period, defining what a knight should be. A knight should be brave, showing courage in the face of danger. A knight should be honourable, keeping his word and dealing honestly. A knight should be courteous, treating others with respect and courtesy, especially women of noble birth. A knight should be generous, using his wealth to support the church, protect the weak, and maintain his status through patronage. A knight should be just, using his authority to maintain order and punish wrongdoing fairly. These ideals, while often honoured more in literature than in practice, shaped how knights understood their role and how society expected them to behave. A knight who violated these ideals, who acted dishonourably or brutally toward the weak, might lose his status and reputation. Literature and poetry celebrated knights who embodied these virtues, shaping cultural expectations and providing models that knights aspired to emulate, even if reality often fell short of the literary ideal. Medieval warfare evolved significantly over the period from the 11th century to the 15th century, driven by changes in technology, tactics, and the political organization of military forces. In the early medieval period, armies were small and often poorly organized. Feudal obligation provided soldiers, but the quality and reliability of these forces varied widely. Warriors were often amateurs called up by their lords to serve for a specified time, returning to their farms or trades when their obligation was fulfilled. The introduction of heavy cavalry, knights on powerful horses equipped with armour and lances, changed the nature of warfare profoundly. Heavy cavalry could charge through formations of lighter troops and break their lines through the sheer impact of mounted warriors. A successful cavalry charge could scatter an army of foot soldiers, allowing the cavalry to pursue and cut down fleeing enemies. Armies began to be organized around cavalry forces, with lighter troops supporting them in subordinate roles. Mounted nobility dominated the battlefield in the high medieval period. Fortifications evolved to counter the threat of cavalry. Early medieval fortifications were simple wooden palisades or earthen ramparts. These could be breached or burned relatively easily. The development of stone castles with high walls, towers, and defensive arrangements made fortifications far more formidable and difficult to overcome through direct assault. A cavalry charge could not break a strong stone wall, and mounted warriors were relatively helpless against defenders shooting arrows from protected positions. Armies besieging a fortified position needed to prevent supplies from entering and hope the defenders would eventually surrender from hunger, thirst, or loss of morale. This meant maintaining a siege for extended periods, which required substantial resources and organization. Siege equipment had to be constructed or transported, including ladders, battering rams, siege towers, and other specialized tools. The army had to be supplied with food and equipment for months at a time, requiring extensive logistics. Commanders had to prevent the besieged from breaking out, or relief forces from breaking in, which might mean surrounding the castle with defensive works of their own, creating a siege within a siege. Armies needed supply lines bringing food, equipment, and weapons. An army living off the land it was marching through could not be maintained for long without devastating the region completely. Lines of supply became crucial to military strategy. A general had to maintain control of routes, bringing supplies from friendly territory. An enemy could try to cut supply lines to force an army to move or disperse. This logistics aspect of warfare was unglamorous compared to battles, but it was equally important. Medieval armies relied heavily on infantry despite the prestige of cavalry. Foot soldiers with spears or pikes could form defensive formations that cavalry could not easily break. Crossbowmen could shoot arrows that penetrated armor, making heavy cavalry more vulnerable than they had been earlier. Foot soldiers were cheaper to equip and train than knights, making them more economical for large armies. By the later medieval period, infantry and ranged weapons became increasingly dominant, and the tactics of purely cavalry-based armies became outdated. Military organization improved over time. Early medieval armies were collections of feudal levies, men called up by their lords to provide military service for a fixed period, often just a few weeks or months each year. Once the period of service ended, men returned home regardless of military circumstances. This made it difficult to conduct prolonged campaigns or maintain professional forces in the field during winter months. Professional soldiers began to appear, men who made warfare their career and received payment for their service rather than relying on feudal obligation. These could include knights who sold their services to whoever paid them, offering their military expertise and equipment to the highest bidder, or foot soldiers who were hired for specific campaigns. The rise of professional soldiers changed warfare by making it possible to maintain armies for longer periods and to conduct more sophisticated military operations that extended across seasons. Professional armies could train continuously and develop refined tactics that feudal levies, assembled only seasonally, could not achieve. Officers developed command structures and communication systems that allowed coordination of larger forces. Castles themselves were adapted to support larger garrisons and to withstand siege warfare. Castle designs evolved from simple stone keeps to more complex arrangements with multiple walls, towers, and gatehouses. The gatehouse became increasingly important, a heavily fortified structure that controlled entrance and exit. Towers were positioned to allow defenders to shoot arrows or drop objects on attackers trying to approach the walls. The walls themselves were designed to resist the impact of siege weapons. Gun ports were eventually added to allow cannons to be positioned behind the walls. The development of cannon in the 14th and 15th centuries eventually made traditional castle designs obsolete, as cannon could breach walls that had been designed to resist earlier weapons. The high vertical walls that defended against medieval siege weapons were vulnerable to cannon fire. Artillery changed medieval warfare fundamentally. Early cannons were unreliable, slow to load, and sometimes as dangerous to their operators as to the enemy. But as technology improved, cannons became standard siege weapons that dominated battlefield tactics. A well-positioned cannon could breach walls, making it necessary to design fortifications differently to withstand cannon fire. The bastions of later fortifications, angled structures that allowed cannon to cover all approaches, replaced the high walls of medieval castles. These new fortifications were lower and more massively built, designed to absorb cannon fire without collapsing. The skilled engineers who designed these new fortifications became highly valued professionals. Cavalry remained important, but became increasingly integrated with other forces rather than dominating the battlefield. A general would position archers, crossbowmen, and infantry to support cavalry charges or to defend against them. Tactics became more sophisticated as commanders learned to use different types of troops in coordinated actions. The days when pure cavalry could win battles were ending. The pike, a long spear developed in the 15th century, allowed infantry to form tight formations, that could resist cavalry charges. Pikemen supported by musketeers or archers became the dominant military formation. The well-trained soldier became more valuable than the amateur called up by feudal obligation. Training camps were established to teach recruits the formations and discipline needed for effective combat. Professional officers led professional soldiers in coordinated operations. The Crusades were military campaigns organized and sanctioned by the Catholic Church to reclaim religious territory and fight against Islamic powers. The First Crusade was launched in 1096, calling Christians to march to the Holy Land and recover Jerusalem from Islamic rule. The Crusade was framed as a holy war, justified by religious ideology, but it was also a military and political enterprise that involved complex motivations. Popes sought to extend Christian authority and demonstrate the power of the Church beyond the confines of Europe. Nobles sought military glory, status, and the opportunity to acquire territory and wealth in distant lands. Common people sought spiritual redemption through participating in a sacred military mission, viewing the crusade as a form of pilgrimage combined with military service. The First Crusade brought an army of tens of thousands of people, including trained knights and common people, from Western Europe to the Holy Land. The journey was long and dangerous, crossing unfamiliar territory, facing disease, dealing with hostile or neutral peoples, and struggling with logistics challenges as so many people travelled such vast distances. Supply lines from Europe could not support the army, so crusaders had to live off the land they passed through or establish supply routes through friendly territories. Many crusaders did not survive the journey, succumbing to illness or accident before reaching the Holy Land. The crusaders who did arrive established a presence in the Levant, capturing several important cities, including Jerusalem, after a difficult siege and assault. They established crusader kingdoms that endured for nearly 2 centuries, with knights and nobles establishing themselves as rulers over the conquered territories. The kingdoms were maintained through continuous military effort and reinforcement from Europe, as local Islamic states sought to reclaim lost territory. The presence of crusaders in the Holy Land had complex effects on both Europe and the Middle East. They facilitated cultural and commercial exchange between Europe and the Islamic world through military contact and the establishment of political relationships. European merchants established trading posts in crusader territories, extending Mediterranean trade networks into new regions. European crusaders learned about Islamic military technology, particularly advances in fortifications and siege warfare, as well as Islamic architecture, administrative systems, and agricultural techniques, bringing this knowledge back to Europe. The Crusades also promoted religious conflict and hostility between Christian and Islamic worlds. Crusader actions against Islamic populations and sometimes against Byzantine Christians created lasting animosity and resentment. The sack of Constantinople by the Fourth Crusade in 1204 was a betrayal by Crusaders of their supposed Christian allies, an event that deepened the division between Western and Eastern Christianity and damaged the credibility of the crusading movement. The Crusades had significant effects on medieval economic and political life. Multiple crusades were launched over the course of centuries, each requiring significant preparation and mobilization. Some achieved temporary success, capturing territory or cities. Others failed to achieve their military objectives despite considerable effort and expense. The Crusades required enormous expenditure of resources, recruiting, organization, and logistics that strained medieval states. Supplies had to be transported across long distances, either by sea or overland through difficult terrain. Troops had to be recruited, sometimes through voluntary service motivated by religious devotion, but often through feudal obligation or direct hiring for payment. Money had to be raised through taxation, church contributions, and the diversion of church wealth, and private donations from wealthy individuals. The financial burden of crusading influenced medieval states' fiscal systems and prompted the development of taxation mechanisms that would outlast the crusading movement itself. Kings and nobles who financed crusades had to develop ways to collect the revenue needed, creating administrative structures for taxation that persisted into later periods. Crusaders used religious justification to frame their military campaigns as noble and righteous. The concept of the Holy War, authorized by the Church and serving God's purposes, gave military operations a spiritual dimension that transcended normal political or economic motivations. Pilgrimage to holy sites combined with military service, allowing crusaders to see themselves as penitents traveling to sacred places while also engaging in armed conflict. The religious ideology was powerful enough to motivate people to undertake difficult and dangerous journeys, to support military campaigns through taxes and donations, and to view combat in religious rather than purely political terms. Popes granted indulgences to crusaders, promising spiritual benefits in exchange for military service. This promised forgiveness of sins and spiritual reward, making crusading attractive to people seeking religious assurance or redemption. Crusades against Islamic powers were matched by crusades against heretics and schismatics within Christian territory. Crusades in Spain against Islamic kingdoms that occupied parts of the Iberian Peninsula lasted for centuries, gradually reclaiming Christian territory in what became known as the Reconquista. Crusades against heretical movements like the Cathars in southern France served church interests in suppressing religious dissent and maintaining doctrinal unity. The combination of military force and religious authority gave the church power to shape medieval politics and society profoundly. Leaders who could frame their military objectives in religious terms could gain moral authority and legitimacy that secular power alone could not provide. Crusades raised armies and moved them across vast distances in campaigns that tested medieval military organization and logistics severely, pushing the limits of what medieval societies could accomplish in coordinating large-scale military efforts. The transition from feudal to more centralized military organization happened gradually over the late medieval period. Professional armies began to replace feudal levies by the 14th and 15th centuries. Kings and nobles hired soldiers who served for pay rather than feudal obligation. These professional soldiers were trained to use the new weapons and tactics that were changing warfare. They developed loyalty to their employers based on payment and conditions rather than feudal bonds of obligation. The English longbow was developed into a formidable weapon during the later medieval period. Longbowmen could shoot arrows that penetrated armor at distance, and a trained longbowman could shoot many arrows quickly, creating a volume of fire that overwhelmed defenders. Armies of English longbowmen, combined with dismounted knights and pikemen, defeated much larger French armies in the 100 Years' War. The success of English forces demonstrated that feudal cavalry was no longer the decisive element in warfare, and that infantry, properly equipped and organized, could dominate the battlefield. The pike became increasingly important as armies developed formations of pikemen that could resist cavalry charges. Pike-armed infantry became the dominant force in late medieval battles. Combined with musketeers or crossbowmen, pike formations were nearly invulnerable to cavalry attack. The transition from feudal warfare to pike and musket warfare happened over the 15th and 16th centuries, gradually making knight-based feudal armies obsolete. The introduction of gunpowder weapons changed everything fundamentally. Cannons and muskets made medieval fortifications and tactics obsolete within generations. Nobles who had based their power on controlling fortified castles saw those castles become vulnerable to cannon fire, forcing redesign of fortifications or abandonment of castle-based defense strategies. Professional armies equipped with firearms and trained to use new tactics became more militarily effective than feudal levies. The centralization of military power in the hands of kings accelerated during the late medieval and early modern periods. A king who could maintain a professional standing army, equipped with modern weapons and trained in modern tactics, had enormous advantages over feudal nobles who relied on feudal obligations for military support. The feudal system of warfare based on knights, castles, and feudal obligation gave way to professional armies, centralized authority, and modern military technology. The transformation took place over centuries, but the direction was clear and irreversible. By the 16th century, feudal warfare was essentially extinct, replaced by professional armies under centralized command using firearms and artillery. The knight, once the dominant military figure, had been replaced by the professional soldier, and the castle, once considered impregnable, could be breached by cannon fire from outside its walls. Medieval warfare had transformed into early modern warfare, with implications for political authority, state power, and military organization that would persist to the modern era and shape the development of nation-states and their relationship to military force.